Guys, can you hear anything? I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything either.
Obviously, they've started.
Yeah, I don't hear anything at all.
Interpretation, can you hear us?
Yes, we can, and we are translating.
Yeah, but
We don't hear
we're not
anything.
getting
Yes, that's what I'm translating. Just a moment, we can hear the translation, and now we will fix it.
It's okay now. It's okay. Now we can hear you now. It's okay.
Evgen, can you hear us? Yes.
Now we can all hear her now. Now it's fine.
Thank you. Let's start from the very beginning then. You can hear us, right? Dear colleagues, let's start from the very beginning. There was no sound online. That's why we are starting our 13th meeting of the Competition Commission to hold administrative position in SAPO. The following present: Коваль Катерина, Бусол Олена, Гучал Андрій, Богдан Романюк, Куйбіда Роман, Нона Цуцоря, Драго Кос, Томас Цуцоря, Соболь, Навроцкий Вячеслав. There is quorum. All the commission is present today. Regarding the agenda, the following items were suggested. First, conduct interviews with the candidates who participate in the competition for administrative position and specialized anti-corruption prosecutor office regarding their compliance with the criteria and professional competence. Second, evaluation and approval of the results of interviews regarding candidates' compliance with the criteria and professional competence. The third one, determining the successful participants of the competition for filling administrative positions. And the fourth, miscellaneous. Any suggestions to the agenda? If there are no suggestions, let's vote for the agenda of the 12th meeting of the Commission. Show of hands, please. Evgen Yurich, can you hear us? Evgen Yurich. Evgen Yurich, are you voting? Mr. Sobol. Mr. Sobol, can you hear us? Mr. Sobol, we cannot hear you. Could you please unmute yourself? You are not voting. Do you support the agenda, Mr. Sobol? Thank you. Thank you. Evgen Yurich supports the agenda. Colleagues, according to the decision 91, we have a schedule of interviews for professional competence of the candidates who take part in the competition for administrative positions for head and deputy heads of SAPO and the head of the 5th department, representation of SAPO in the court. And interviews will be made in the training center of prosecutors on the 21st of December, 10 a.m. First, Клименко Katerina, then Savitsky Sergey. And after that, to the ones who are competing for the position of the head and deputy head of SAPO, Klimenko Alexander and Senyuk Andriy. You can hear as well, right, colleagues? For the time being, Savitsky Sergey, Klimenko Katerina, and Senyuk Andriy registered. Klimenko Alexander is absent, probably due to the weather conditions. He's just late. So we approved the schedule, and I would like to remind you one more time that according to our agenda, approved by the Competition Commission, according to the Article 27, we planned interviews for professional competence. I don't want to read the whole article, but I will remind you that we approved the schedule before conducting interviews. And everyone who wanted to ask questions to the candidates could do it by email. And by the time everyone who wanted to do it could do it. And to study materials of the candidate regarding their professional competence, a special practical tasks. So in the interview, the stages are the following: research of the materials by the members of the commission, and the discussion with the candidate in the form of answers and questions, and also the discussion of the results of practical tasks and the ways to reinforce the independence and activities of SAPO. Interview is within the meeting, and we have up to 60 minutes for each interview. If there is a need, we will prolongate this time. And after the interview, without candidate, we will take the decision. Maximum number of scores we send to your emails. You know the methodology. And at the end, we will sum up the number of scores for each candidate. I just do not want to waste our time. And I would like to remind you that professional competence are needed for these positions, and they will be defined with the help of methodology, also with the help of practical tasks, and to check their professional and leadership qualities. So we will evaluate according to the clause 4.2.1 of the methodology, and to evaluate according to the points from 4 to 4, from 4 to 2 to 4 to 5. We prepared the evaluation tables for the members of the commission. We will send them into the chat for those members of the commission who are with us online. And now, probably you have some questions before we start the interviews. Any questions, comments? Let's have interviews first, and after that, we will move to the discussion and evaluation, if you don't mind. Or after each one. What do you prefer? To discuss after each interview, after all of them? I propose to make interviews first, after that to make a break, after that to discuss. And I would like to invite our first candidate, Klimenko Katerina. And could you please follow the time? When we had interviews for integrity, we asked questions to the candidates and not members of the commissions had enough time to ask their questions. Let's do it differently. Let's just ask the questions in turns, one by one. Good morning, dear members of the commission. According to our schedule of interviews, Klemenko Katerina is invited to the interviews. So that is the candidate file. The candidate is competing for the position of the head of the fifth department. She was born in 1986. In 2008, graduated from the National Tax Academy, and after that, National Prosecutors Academy. From 2010, she was working in the prosecutors' bodies on different positions. Now she's a prosecutor in one of the prosecutor offices in the Kyiv region. She successfully passed all the stages of the competition and special verification, also based on the first stage for knowing of legislation. Katerina got 80 scores. Second stage, anonymous tasting, 110. Practical task, 21. General number of scores, 211. So you pass special verification, polygraph as well. We didn't get any additional materials regarding you. Maybe you would like to inform something else about yourself. The sound is not enough for translation. Just a moment, they will bring you a mic. If you don't find the mic after that, you will change your seat. So now I'm the prosecutor in Buchansk District Prosecutor Office. That's what changed after last time we've seen each other. Dear members of the commission, so we can start the interview. Do you have any questions to Katerina? Katerina Valdemna, according to our procedure, we are planning to ask this question: your vision to reinforce the independence and activities of SAPO. Thank you. I'm learning something new all the time in my prosecutor's activities once or twice a year. Also, I want SAPO to be absolutely independent without any external involvement, and also politically neutral. Thank you. What number of sentences were made based on your work? During last 5 years? My main function was to support the representation in the court. I have 8 to 10 cases a day. Two hundred 220 indictments were made with my participation for the last 5 years, different categories. 75 criminal proceedings of hard and especially hard cases. About 70 people were accused. All criminal proceedings that are in the court are from different categories: threat to life and health, against private ownership, public order, traffic order, so on and so forth. Last year, August 2020, with my participation, with my principal positions, 2 brothers of Kurd, if I'm not mistaken, because I cannot hear well, nationality were sentenced. I will tell you briefly what was it. In the city of Lviv, without any funds at all. They were going to the city of Kliva. And they were promised that they will give the money after they come to Kliva. And there were 6-7 hours on the way. They went to Kyiv. One brother should stay where they agreed. Another brother went to the place where there are no shops. So they agreed they would be separated, not to have joint criminal activities. After that, the one who stayed came to the place where the participant of the crime was waiting for him. They attacked taxi driver. They took his money and mobile phone. And they had a knife. And they gave him, and they attacked him just once, but it was very precise. After that, they separated one more time. They left the crime scene. You know, I was passionate to prove the guilt of the accused person because it was planned. They wanted to take a life of a young man who was not local. And only thanks to my interrogation practice, we could do it because they changed their witnesses all the time. and we could show the case up to each second. So we could prove what they did. Interrogation of all the witnesses gave the possibility to take a right decision. And they were sentenced. One of brother got 14 years and another one 14 years, 6 months. And 4th of November this year, the Court of Appeal of the City of Kyiv agreed that the decision was right. Thank you. I would like to remind the members of the Competition Commission I cannot hear well. They're doing something with the mic, moving it from one person to another one, and it's not enough for translation. Okay, I will speak loudly. I would like to inform that Klimenko Alexander is with us now. And additionally, for the members of the commission for the candidate, I would like to inform that according to our methodology, we evaluate on different indicators: human resources, professional ethicals, interaction with other authorities, and effective communication. Katerina Volodymyrovna, I would like to ask you a question. Code of professional ethics. And the continuation of this question: what principle prosecutors should follow during all stages of proceeding? Thank you for this question. So, prosecutor and his professional activities shall be independent, fair in taking any kind of decisions. But who gives these rules to the prosecutor? The Council of Prosecutors of Ukraine. Any other questions? I have a question. Why members of the commission shall select you as the head of the 5th department? I work in prosecutor's office since 2010, almost 11 years. During this time, I established myself as a professional. During this time, I did a lot. For the rule of law in our region, to stick to the constitution to Ukraine, and it doesn't matter was it a common citizen or accused in the criminal proceedings. I think that at the moment I'm ready to be the head of the 5th department with the aim to manage it as professional personality. My next question to you is, what are the first steps you would take as the head of the 5th department to reinforce the activities? Where you will start to reinforce the activity of the department? I would start from the team. I would focus them on achieving the common goal. I need every employee to understand what will be their personal responsibility. To let all the employees understand that we work on the same goal. Legality, rule of law, we need to provide all that. That would be the beginning of my activities. To have everyone focused on one goal. Thank you. Another question from me. In what way you are going to adjust interaction with law enforcement agencies to fight with crimes? And for you personally, what are the priorities in reinforcement the institution? Which cases from the pretrial register you would take the first? And where you see the biggest priority in this sphere taken into consideration? Anti-corruption, focus on anti-corruption in our country. Well, regarding interaction with other law enforcement agencies who have pretrial investigations, common meetings with them, joint meetings with the heads of departments of police and prosecutor service with the aim to give priorities separately for police and separately for prosecutors. And also, just due to the clear cooperation and understanding of the function of everyone, it can be achieved, the fight with criminality.
I am giving possibility for everybody to ask questions. Dear Katarina, please tell us how you can ensure political neutrality, taking into account the fact that the prosecutor's office and SAPO are in some extent depending on political situation. How can you ensure political neutrality? Thank you. It is a very interesting question. And I believe that its implementation will make it possible to improve the efficiency and independence of the SAPO. How to do it? I think we need to improve the professionalism of each officer of the prosecutor's office. Everybody has to understand that in case the political neutrality is violated, each officer shall bear responsibility even up to a dismissal from office. As far as I understand, you will be using more repressive methods. No. Maybe one of my weak points is the desire to have a fair approach and to allow each person to be self-accomplished, but within the framework of the law. But if there would be any violations, I will have to take measures, because this influences on the independence of the institution in general, if there are some violations. Well, if the question, if there would be some pressure on you or your officers, maybe this is a lot for 11 years, but I have never felt any pressure from anyone. And I believe that for this time, I have forged myself, and I can withstand to political pressure. But thank you. But you have had another office, quite another office. On the new office, you may have a lot of difficulties. I understand that these are different kinds of jobs or offices, but as even on my current and previous positions, I could have faced a lot of pressures from different sides, and I have been able to withstand it. Thank you. Mr. Navrotsky. Good day, dear commission members. Good day, dear candidate. Dear Katarina Volodymyrivna, please imagine that you have been successful, you have been appointed as head of the department, and in one of the days, your leadership is giving you an illegal instruction about one of the proceedings which is conducted by one of your subordinates. What would your actions be? Thank you for the question. I will apply to the Council of the Prosecutors of Ukraine regarding the attempts to pressurize me as an independent prosecutor or one. Thank you. But at the moment when you receive the instruction, will you try to explain that it's not admissible? Answer: yes, of course. Everything starts with a dialogue. And then, if I see that the dialogue is impossible, then I will take some additional measures. All right, thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Drago, please.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, especially Ms. Klemenko. Very simple question. You said at the beginning that you're dealing with 8 to 10 cases a day. So I would like to know, how do you organize yourself to be able to deal with so many cases? How do you get ready for all of them? How do you organize your work?
Thank you for the question. It's clear. I would like to point out that we start at about 9 o'clock until 6 or 7 p.m. Then I have the possibility to go back to the prosecutor's office. I prepare criminal proceedings for the next day, and then I adjust my schedule according to the court schedule. I prepare criminal proceedings, and taking into account the fact that I have been participating for a long time in this number of proceedings. I have about 110 proceedings. Now I have understanding about the questions, about the issues, about my further steps in different criminal proceedings. So after the court meetings, I spent 2 or 3 hours in the evening to plan and to prepare for the next day, to the next day's court hearings. Please, another. Please, Drago.
It's a supplementary question. So that means you have to get acquainted with details of 8 to 10 cases a day. Is there not a danger that you will start to mix cases, because, 10 cases a day, every day, then there's a possibility that you would, let's say, mix case 1 with case number 5? How do you prevent that?
Drago, thank you for the question, but I don't want to give mere words, but there has been no time that I have mixed some proceedings. I clearly understand each case that I'm doing. Each case is on different stages. And for me, it's possible. Maybe it's impossible for somebody else, but me, for the last 5 years, I've been doing this work, and therefore, this is how it goes for me. Thank you. Dear colleagues, any other questions? Romaniuk, dear Katerina, you have 11 years of work history. So you have started from the bottom. So each case has its own specifics and is unique. This is first point. Then in your future job, you will meet other people who are very experienced in the relations and in their work. And of course, they will be creating some psychological atmosphere. You will have to become their leader, and you need to behave in a way so that you wouldn't be perceived as a more primitive officer. You need to behave to correspond to adapt to the highest level of the prosecutor's office, because they will be tracing everything about you. They will be noticing, your subordinates will be noticing everything about you, your language, all your terminology. They will be noticing everything about you. So how do you plan to build up the communication, management, governance methods, so that all the doubts that may exist about you among your colleagues and subordinates, you will need to remove all those doubts, and you need to organize the work better than it had been before you come. Answer. Thank you for the question. First of all, I'm morally and physically ready for this new job. I understand that my participation in the competition, and if I win, I understand that I have done an enormous work on myself. Yes, we all understand this, but taking it into account my personal traits, taking into account my moral and resilience and willpower, I will be able to overcome some difficulties. I understand that my future colleagues and my future subordinates, I understand that they will have certain doubts. And at first, of course, I will be feeling this, but I understand the purpose. I understand why I have started participation in the competition. I understand why I want to hold this office and what responsibility it brings. I can guarantee that I will not let any one of you down. Even if I face some difficulties, I will be able to fully overcome them and organize the work of the department in a good way to improve it. You know, you are telling like I want, but how to do this? this is another thing. There is one method, one way or another way how to overcome those difficulties I mentioned, so that you would be expected not as a bottom level officer, that you have a mindset not of a grassroots officer, but of a high national level, because you understand those psychological peculiarities. If people will be quietly laughing at you because you don't possess, for example, if you don't possess certain terminology. Secondly, the principles of governance and management on the new level will be very different from your current position. Third point, you need another level of communication. This is like earth and sky. These are different levels, because I'm telling you from my own experience. I have passed through all these levels, all the ladder. I was coming from a region, from Zaporizhia region. So we take a person from a Zaporizhia region, he says several sentences and people start laughing at him. So first of all, communication with the team. You need to demonstrate your level, that you are the right person for the position. How will you do this? Thank you. Thank you. What is your vision? Answer. First of all, my willpower and moral qualities will help me to overcome certain difficulties which may appear on the first stages of my accomplishment as a leader. Thanks to my communication skills, I have the ability to find common language with people. Bogdan Vasilyevich, I will tell you frankly, for the time of my service, I was able to make good communication. I was able to build communication with the perpetrators of grave crimes. I was able to find common language with the defense lawyers, even if we were competing. I was able to find language with courts, local self-governments, and other agencies. Because of my, because I understand that I can do things, I understand what I want to do. Because of my personal qualities, I will make everything that is possible to organize the work in a good way and take responsibility for the procedural activities. I hope I was able to answer your question. Not fully, but I can hear that you want. So, but with your own professional achievements, this was very, very relevant. I am a quick learner. I understand the specifics of work, and I will need very short time to, so to say, to build communications with the team, to be on the same level. Well, I want to help you with my question. I have to warn you, you may find yourself in an unpleasant situation. So some of your team officers, some of your subordinates or colleagues have not passed this competition, and you will have to work with them. So this is my question. Specifically, what are you going to do? Because yes, you have the spirit, you have the power, but I'm a quick learner. Well, you have to know what to do, because tomorrow you will be in the office. Thank you for the question. I understand it. I will not let down any commission member. Romaniuk, I will be following closely your work. But this is what is waiting for you. your colleagues and subordinates will be looking at all your small mistakes. Roman, you have been answering the question about the successful court resolution. You mentioned that the perpetrators were of Roma nationality. Is this important? Thank you. Yes, the criminal proceeding, I was explaining that for me it was very difficult because of many different circumstances, but one of the so-called, as for the moral pressure on me, was that every court hearing, all the local Roma community was visiting every court hearing to pressurize the court. And it was very difficult to withstand the pressure, to withstand the threats. They were threatening the judges, and we were recording all the threats because they, as I believe, they were not able to understand their own behavior even when they were in the courtroom. This was one of the aspects, but I believe that I was able to withstand this. I was able to withstand all the threats, and I was registering them, and we were able to reach a legal resolution, court resolution. As for the communication, I'm always trying to explain whether this defense party or accusing party, we have different positions, but we are all people. We have to have respect to each other. We have to respect the court regulations, the court procedures. But those people were not able to understand my explanations because of their specifics. Maybe they have different mindset, they have different understanding of our basic rules. But as I have said, everything resolved in a good way, even taking into account the circumstance that during the debates, I was asking the court for a life sentence. Well, the court gave a very big, long sentence, but not the maximum sentence that I was asking. Have you personally encountered the cases of discrimination, you personally or in your work? Answer, well, analyzing those situations, I think no. For example, gender-based discrimination. Of course, as any accused person they are contrary to the prosecutors. Well, in your team, no, nothing in our team, in our office. Everybody understands that we are prosecutors and there have been no discrimination. How many subordinates do you have now? And what work have you been doing with them? Because right now I'm the prosecutor of Bucha Regional Prosecutor's Office. I have about 21 subordinates. But right now, I'm sorry, our team is composed of 21 officers, but I don't have subordinates. But taking into account this fact that we have good cooperation and understanding with the leadership of the local level and of higher level of Kyiv Regional Prosecutor's Office, I don't even know how to put it, that our leadership has to control us. I don't have any problems. I'm fully independent. I know what I'm doing, and I have positive results. But as for your potential future team, Roman, frankly speaking, no. You know, I would like to wait for what will happen, to come what may. What I'm getting ready for the big responsibility in the future, but I was not making any inquiries about my future team. It would be better to come into the office, to introduce myself, and then to build communication separately with each separate person and in general with the team. Going back to the question of Ms. Olena regarding a repressive approach, you said that one of your qualities is your aspiration to a fair approach. Why have you said that this was a weak point of yours? Maybe I was just a bit nervous. This was not. I'm sorry. Yes. Any other questions, dear colleagues? You have said that you participated in different hearings. Have you participated in a hearing on the authority abuse? Yes. I can answer as follows. I have more than 110 criminal proceedings and almost all the articles of criminal code, all the categories of cases. In this category that you mentioned, I have not reached a court resolution yet, but I have several criminal proceedings regarding those categories. So have you participated in cases regarding authority abuse in the distribution of land plots? As far as I know, there are several very difficult, complicated cases. Yes, Ms. Chairperson, we have the specifics. I can say that no pressure has been exerted on me. In some cases, in some circumstances, the accused persons were trying to demonstrate to the judges that they have high positions, that they have very powerful support, like some of the mass media support even. So this is how they were trying to pressure on the judges. But this is my perception. But I'm not, because of my experience, I'm not reacting to any external pressure. And another short question. You have access to the classified information, to the state government classified information. Who do you have to report to if there are any leakages? Oh, so please, any other questions? Romaniuk, another question. You know that there are different officers who are, and there are more conservative officers, there are more proactive officers. So let us imagine that you have come into your office, you have spent some time, you have understood the situation, and you see that some of your officers are trying to protract cases, what would you do, taking into account your experience? For example, what instead of having a discussion with you, your subordinates start to speak to the mass media, disrupting the work? What would you do to build efficient work? Because you have been working in the prosecutor's office. How would you act? Proactively? So, what would you do to build contacts with the bureau, with NABU, so that they would be thinking about finding evidence, not speaking to mass media? Thank you for the question. You are absolutely right. In courts, you have been able to see this in courts. Yes. In any criminal proceeding, it is important to have good quality evidence, because it's impossible to make judgments without proper evidence. And for me, building a good cooperation and understanding of each participant of criminal proceedings, each participant has to understand their functions and the general objective. Then we will be able to reach a situation when we have legible, proper evidence in each proceeding. So this is how I would like to try to work, so that I would never encounter the situations when people understand that this is a good piece of news, but without good evidence. But as for the efficient communication, our last point, efficient communication. How can you explain to your colleagues? Your colleagues will be providing some materials to you. You need to explain to them that the materials evidence should not be beautiful, but they should be efficient. How will you be working with them? Because they have different mindset, they have different psychology. Well, of course, I will try to make them achieve those goals so that every criminal proceeding should be lawful and well-balanced. Even when I sign a notice of suspicion, before that we need to collect a number of evidence which would be enough to be sure that a person can be suspected. But how? How will you be doing this? They have their own psychology in order not to have conflict with the investigators. How will you build the communication? Of course, we need to talk to the leaders, to the team leaders. We need to have common conferences, common discussions. We need to have coordination meetings in order to make everybody understand, the leaders and the subordinates, that we cannot build criminal proceedings just for the sake of it. Well, okay. In order to sign a notice of suspicion, we need to have a number of evidence. If we don't have evidence, I will be trying to explain to the investigators. I will be holding common coordinating meetings in order to explain to the leadership, to the officers, so that everybody should clearly understand the objectives from me and from their own leader. So what if they can't hear you?
They just can't hear you. You explain them what to do, but it doesn't help. What you will do in this case? First of all, every prosecutor in criminal proceeding can make all the interrogative activities independently from others. If they do not hear me, then I'm sure that that with the help of my own team, we can do it ourselves to achieve this goal. Thank you very much, Katerina. 60 minutes are over, dear colleagues. Do we have other questions? Do you want to prolongate the term? We started at half past 10. No, we have 10 minutes more. And well, I'm pleased to talk to you. So, and from the communication with you, I get the new knowledge for the future as well. So I don't mind to stay longer. I hope that you will support me as well in difficult situation in my job. Well, I will, but adjust myself. In the future, I mean, you said that you will monitor me, and I don't mind. Thank you. Thomas, do you have questions?
No, thank you. I think that all of my questions have been answered.
I will add then. So now you are the prosecutor of local level. But you will work in one of the most complicated directions of prosecutor services because there are high-profile cases connected to the stealing of budget, big amounts of money. Do you have experience of processual management and criminal proceeding of such a scale? Tell us more about these cases, and were the funds reimbursed to the state? Because the goal is not just punishment, but return the funds to the budget. Thank you for your question. Regarding procedural management in criminal proceedings provided by the Article 131 and 369, but in these criminal proceedings in the court, well, how to put it right? I provided representations only in the Article 369 with indictments. And regarding compensation of the damage, I didn't have such experience. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Toman, you decided to ask something.
Yes, thank you. I just have one brief question. I wanted to go back to Roman Kubita's question about the whether you think the nationality of the defendants in a case is relevant. I understood you to say that you don't believe that nationality of the defendants is relevant. I just want the record to be very clear on this point. Can you just confirm for the record you believe that everybody, regardless of nationality, religion, gender, is equal before the law, and that you would treat them equally without regard to nationality or any other personal factors?
I'm very grateful to you for this question, Thomas. I can just confirm that in any case, for me, even in the criminal proceeding I told you about, the nationality, gender equality, or any other issues were not relevant for me. I think that every person is equal in front of law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Katerina, and I'm thankful to you. And have a good day. Bye-bye. Bogdan is asking for 5 minutes break, but it's too early. Okay, 5 minutes break then. So we have quorum. Depends on Evgen. Can he evaluate or not? Let's invite the next candidate. Yes, sorry, we have some technical problems. Let's fix them, and after that, we will carry on. Dear colleagues, thank you. Let's continue our meeting according to the schedule of interviews of candidates for criteria of professional competence. Now we have Savitsky Sergei. Sergei, I will tell you the composition of the commission. Katerina Koval, Olena Busol, Andrei Gudjel, Bogdan Romanyuk, Kubida Roman, Nona Tsutsurya, Sobol Evgen, Nona Tsutsurya, Dragokos, and Vyacheslav Navrotsky are present according to the schedule.
Excuse me, I don't think, Ms. Chair, I don't think you named me. I think you named Nona Tsatsoria twice and skipped my name.
I'm really sorry, Thomas.
No problem.
Nona
I just wanted the record to be clear to reflect
Я
that.
просто...
Thank you.
Well, I'm reading the present on the meeting for the third time, but yeah, let it be here for the record. So Thomas Firestone is also on the meeting today. So, Savitsky Sergei Nikolaevich was born 1993 in 2015, graduated Odessa National Academy. He got the qualification of a lawyer. From 2015, he was working as a lawyer in the communal enterprise in the village council. After that, chief specialist on the issues of communal property and legal provision of another village council. From December 2016, he was working as prosecutor's office as prosecutor of the district prosecutor office, successfully passed all previous stages of the competition and special verification and based results of the anonymous testing. Sergei got 94 scores. Based on the second stage, he got 116, and practical task made by candidate 15. The general score of Savitsky Sergei is 225, and which makes him the first candidate for the position of the head of the fifth department. Maybe you would like to add something else to the members of the commission. We have the materials of the special verification, NASP as well, other materials that we got from different sources. The members will ask you questions, but probably you would like to add something else. And also, each of candidate during interviews, we are offering to give the proposals regarding the activity of SAPO. I can add that now I work in the prosecutor office in Rivne region. Regarding the questions you asked. I think that my professional level, my personal qualities, my position in life, values probably it means, will allow me to fulfill the duties of the head of the fifth department. Shall I continue, or you are willing to ask something? What is your vision of reinforcing the independence and improve the activities of SAPO? I got it. I have the experience in supporting public prosecution in the court. I have the experience of procedural management of criminal proceedings. Procedural management and public prosecution. There were different categories, different severity of the crimes. There were general criminal proceedings, and there are majority of them against property. Illegal psychotropic substances, also threats to life and health, corruption crimes as well, crimes against special objects also. I did it in the regional and district and then regional prosecutor office. I think that my experience is sufficient to be the procedural manager and to support public prosecution in the court. Regarding my visions, first of all, let's not forget about the main goal of establishing SAPO. First, fighting corruption crimes and crimes connected to corruption. My main goal to give all my knowledge and experience to fight with this. Regarding the organization of the teamwork, I think that I have moral qualities. I have normal human relations. In my previous teams, they were different, but there were no any kind of conflict situations. At least we could settle them. I think that the normal communication with the team is possible, and it will be if I win this competition. Thank you. As far as I understand, you're presenting yourself so far. Well, probably you can ask me something concrete. Yeah, we have a lot of more specific questions. If there are no remarks, colleagues, then I would like to ask regarding the requirements to professional ethics. And second, on which principles professional activity of the prosecutor is based? I think that is a principle of rule of law, supremacy of law, together with principles provided by the Constitution, international conventions, and that is a human life is the biggest value for the state. Maybe some other principles. Besides the main principles, there is a principle of communication according to the code of the prosecutors. There are duties of prosecutors there in communication with different subjects, citizens. For instance, prosecutors should be guided by these principles, also to be constrained. Well balanced in communication with media. He should be because the position of prosecutor in media can be perceived by the citizens as the position of the prosecutor's office. Employee, while talking to prosecutors, shall be tactful, well balanced, not to have any kinds of discrimination, to respect the position. Do not forget that every prosecutor, according to the law of Ukraine on prosecutor service, should be free and independent. And he should find the principles of communication with the state bodies, and also he shouldn't let anyone to intervene to the work of prosecutor and state service unlawful, besides the one provided by the current legislation of Ukraine regarding political neutrality. This principle should be followed by the prosecutor and shouldn't be violated in any case. Also, he doesn't have a right to take part in fractions in political parties. He should not accept certain political position as it impacts directly to his procedural decisions and his duties. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergey. Last question for you. How do you understand the principles of guilty of a doubt or presumption of the guilt? So the one is considered not guilty till the time his guilt is proved by the court. Until that time, the employees of the prosecutor's service shall treat him as the one not guilty. Other questions? Yes, Vyacheslav. Sergey Mykolaievich. Okay, you are the head of the 5th department. In some time, you know that there is reorganization in SAPO and the department you are heading will be liquidated, your actions. Well, if it's lawful, if this reorganization is based on the official documents, there is regulations, there are orders from the management. And of course, me, the same as every other citizen of Ukraine, will be obliged to do what officials ask me to do. But if it's unlawful, if I have some doubts in these documents, I will act within my competence. I can appeal these decisions. But because they about my activities, about the duties of my employees, that's why I will appeal it. But if it's already lawful, then me, together as other prosecutor, will be obliged to do what is asked. Thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, other questions? I have a question to the prosecutor. What will be your first activities to reinforce the work of your department? You just came to the office. How you will start? How you will understand what's going on there? That the decisions are taken lawfully or non-lawfully? To show that you came, you're a professional, you're a specialist, you're ready to work. How you will start? First of all, regarding this concrete department, concrete colleagues, prosecutors, first of all, I would check the burden on every procedural prosecutor, the number of cases in the court specialization of these cases. Probably they have some unfair distribution of the cases. Probably some prosecutors more fit to some cases than others. And regarding the burden, as besides procedural management and support public prosecutor will have other duties according to the official documents from the Office of General Prosecutor and other state bodies. So I will check is that burden is not excess on my employees to have everything within the quality, as to let people to execute their duties in normal way, they should have the possibility to do it. And mental ability as well. That's why I will take into consideration physical burden. I mean, work with documents, claims, requests, how much time they will have for the for the execution, and the cases, category of the cases of those who support public prosecution. I will find out all this information, and I think it's possible to do by communication, normal communication with my colleagues. I think everyone I think that no one should interfere into criminal proceedings without reasons for that. But I think burden will be clear. But I think burden I can find out, so it can.
After that, we can act in a way so that each colleague would have equal workload and capability to fulfill their duties. I would also like to add that I also, as the team leader has to work as well. I am going for this position to work, first of all. First of all, I will try to set an example for my colleagues. Maybe I have a smaller experience because I don't often have to work with different kinds of criminal proceedings or documents, but I have the possibilities. I have experience, knowledge, and time. And I will spend sufficient time to adequately fulfill my duties. Andrei Gudzel, I have another question for you, judging by your answer. As a potential leader, so for example, you will see all the criminal proceedings guided by your subordinates. Moreover, as a department head, you will be able to look into the documents and give adequate evaluations. As for the distribution of workload, as you said, because in the criminal proceeding, there has to be the same prosecutor all the time. And there is an exclusive list of reasons to change a prosecutor in a criminal proceeding. So how will you be regulating the equal workload? Thank you for the question. Of course, as you have mentioned, Article 37 of the Criminal Procedure Code, I will not be able to break the criminal code. So the same prosecutor has to follow through criminal proceedings from the beginning until completion. And of course, all those criminal cases that have been distributed to the colleagues, and now I have no authorities to change people, to change team working on cases. Even if I find out that some people have more workload than others. So how I can do it? I will be, when I enter my office, I will see the workload of different subordinates, different colleagues. So when the new cases will be coming in, I will be distributing the cases equally. And in a short period of time, we will be able to achieve adequate and balanced workload for all the officers. Thank you. Please tell us another question. So you are fulfilling your duties, and let us imagine that your leadership is giving you an illegal instruction to make a notice of suspicion or to close a criminal case. What would you do? First of all, if this would be an oral order, oral instruction, I will have to say, so if you want me to fulfill an instruction, you need to submit it in writing. And if it is submitted in writing, and if it is illegal, I will disagree. I will review once again the legislation, primary and secondary legislation, law on the prosecutor's office, and then I will have the right to notify the Prosecutor's Council of Ukraine about the violation, about an attempt to violate the independence of the prosecutor. So, of course, I will not be obliged to fulfill an oral instruction. If it will be a written instruction, I will examine it. If it is illegal, I will take measures according to the legislation that I have mentioned. Andrei Gudjal, another question. How will you be building up cooperation with the other agency for efficient fighting the crime? And how will you be building your communications with your subordinates? So, some of your subordinates have been occupying administrative positions in different spheres of the prosecution, so that they would see you as a leader, as a personality. So what are you going to do? Thank you for the question. First of all, as far as I know, the cooperation and work has already been established. There exists a memorandum between the NABU and the Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office about cooperation. So this memorandum provides for the main possible problematic issues. And this memorandum sets out the ways of resolving problems. As for my personal contribution, what I would like to develop. At first, if a conflict situation arises, we need to cooperate with colleagues. First of all, we need to talk to each other. This is not a difficult thing. Everybody can explain their positions, their points of view. For example, about a notice of suspicion, which was given for approval. If the suspicion is legal, we need to make a petition to our leadership, if possible, to conduct a meeting regarding a situation, a meeting regarding a case with the detective. We need to hear from the pre-trial investigative authorities. We need to hear the position of the prosecutor's office. If the position is the same, this is good. But if we have different position, I will be supporting my colleagues. But we need to take into account whose position is legal. If all the positions are legal, it is good to have a meeting to hear each other, and as a result, make a decision. To make a decision whether a notice of suspicion is relevant and necessary in a case. So we need to have a normal communication by talking to each other, by convening meetings within the prosecutor's office and with the NABU detectives. And then we need to find a solution that would be suitable to everybody. There are situations when the pretrial investigative authorities believe that there is a violation, and then prosecutors don't see that there is a violation, or prosecutors believe that the evidence is not sufficient to notice about suspicion. What would you do? So a specific situation. So what if the investigators are bluffing and they tell you that they are ready to make a notice of suspicion? They come to you as a leader with the documents. So they tell you, please sign a notice of suspicion. What are you going to do in this situation? So a detective's position is, this is a position of investigator in a pretrial investigation. The prosecutor's position can be similar or different. This is normal as well. So if you speak about a specific case, maybe a prosecutor basing on the legislation, on the Criminal Procedural Code, Article 36 of the Criminal Procedural Code, the prosecutor can make an instruction in a criminal case because he is observing the law. So the prosecutor specifically says which measures are necessary in order to persuade him to get, for example, we need to get some evidence, or we need to conduct some procedural measures. After that, if the position is constructive, if the position is objective, the prosecutor provides a written instruction and the detective is obliged to fulfill. Andrei Gudzel, I know that you have a lot of practice. For example, I have made an instructions and you have been making instructions in criminal proceedings. What if the investigators or detectives believe that they are not necessary? So you have conducted a meeting, you have given the instructions, you have given the timeline for fulfillment. What if the detectives don't fulfill your instructions? Well, there are certain possibilities. If it is impossible to resolve a situation in any case, as you have said, what if there is a conflict situation when an investigator is refusing to fulfill the instructions? If an investigator does not fulfill prosecutor's instructions willfully, but if there is an evidence, the prosecutor can make a petition to change the investigator in the pretrial investigator. Also, a prosecutor can make a petition to bring the investigator, maybe to bring him to responsibility for the inefficient investigation, to disciplinary responsibility. As far as I know, in the NABU, there is a public control council. So a prosecutor can address to the public control council of the NABU. It has independent citizens, and they are authorized to look into actions or lack of actions of the pretrial investigators. Thank you. Please, Bogdan. What if a detective is right? First, this is the first. Secondly, you have forgotten about the criminal responsibility, or you don't remember. What if the detective or investigator does not fulfill prosecutor's instructions? As far as I know, we have administrative responsibility, and there is no criminal responsibility for disobeying the instruction of the prosecutors. If a detective is right, I believe if a prosecutor does not fulfill his duties adequately, well, I will have doubts of that. But if we have a critical case, of course, the leader of pretrial investigation team can initiate the question to change the prosecutor in the case or engage another prosecutor into the criminal case, because the first prosecutor is not fulfilling his duties adequately. Well, they also have a right to appeal. Yes, of course. Please, are there any other questions? Olena Busel, can you tell us about the main aspects of management in the sphere of law enforcement? The main aspects of management in the sphere of law enforcement. So, do you mean the management? I don't understand the question very well. So the structure where you plan to work. I would like to tell you in my own words. The main aspects are to abide the law in the management, not allowing any discrimination, respect to the subordinate officers if it is within the office, mutual respect, mutual help, mutual support. Also, I believe in the sphere of law enforcement, of course, this is the main principle which is provided in the Constitution. Thank you. You said the principles. So please tell us, what is the difference between cooperation and coordination in the fulfillment of duties? So cooperation, as I say, this is a process of immediate participation. For example, immediate participation of different subjects in resolving a problem. And coordination is taking measures provided by the law. So it is making some actions in order to improve something, to optimize, in order to optimize certain processes, not only by means of immediate direct cooperation between two subjects. Maybe this can be a normative regulation or document or a protocol. For example, one subject makes a protocol which is obligatory to be fulfilled by other subjects. So this is what I believe to be a coordination. Thank you. Olena Busol, another question. Do you can you accept an invitation from your immediate head, from your immediate leader, to his home place for a birthday or to a restaurant? Would you accept such an invitation from your leader? As for me, if this work with the collective, with the colleagues, we need to minimize out-of-work relations. So I don't want the team to perceive it. So if he invites only me without my team, this wouldn't be correct. So in order for the perception by the society, for the sake of perception, maybe I would rather refuse. Of course, some gratitude or some wishes of. So by means of oral communication, I think we will be able to ensure proper relations in the team, which are necessary for adequate work of the prosecutor's office. But about those events that you have mentioned, I would rather refuse. So as for visiting his home place, no, I wouldn't accept that. No, I believe this would not be correct. This wouldn't be. I believe that this is incorrect in principle. Thank you. Another question, Romaniuk. From when an investigator has become a subject of an actor in the crime? As far as I know, we don't have any articles providing for responsibility for disobeying prosecutors' orders. Well, of course, investigator is a special subject. So there are crimes against the law and order and some official crimes. Then, of course, in this context, investigator, of course, would be a subject. The judges are not the subjects of official crimes, but all the other participants are believed to be the subjects. Andrei Gujal, please tell us. Have you participated in criminal cases about the losses to the state, and how did you ensure that all the losses are reimbursed to the state? As for the losses, as of the cases with losses, yes, I have experience when I was supporting the public prosecution regarding crimes, regarding environment crimes. These are illegal logging or illegal or harming the environment. If the losses have been established during the investigation, the suspect has a possibility to reimburse losses during all the court proceedings. And then the prosecutor can make a petition to reimburse cost. And then these civil cases are resolved. I had cases when I made a civil claim, the judge ordered to reimburse the costs. Usually this was resolved before the final verdict, including losses inflicted on the state. So you believe in order to reimburse the losses and costs, you believe that civil lawsuit is sufficient? No, I was telling about my own experience. I was participating in criminal proceedings, but we were able to reimburse losses with these methods. So what actions as a prosecutor you can take to reimburse losses? Well, we can arrest property with possible further confiscation, and in order to preserve the evidence, we can also arrest. It is also possible to arrest the assets which was seized during the criminal investigation, pretrial investigation. We can arrest funds or funds on the accounts if the person, if it was confirmed that the person is involved, and during the criminal proceeding, we resolve the issues of special confiscations or other forms of confiscations of different assets. So we have certain mechanisms. Please tell us, do you plan to set an example to your subordinates about to show them how you support the public prosecution in court, to show your subordinates that you are a real professional and they have to take you as an example? Thank you for the question. I would tell you that I'm not going to the SAPO in order to demonstrate something to my colleagues. I'm going to do the work. I'm going to put my own efforts, knowledge, and experience and patience. I'm going to learn a lot. I have never wished to tell people that they are doing something wrong or right. All those issues can be coordinated and resolved during your official work. I have no intention of demonstrating anything to anyone. Andrei Gujal, judging by your answer, if your subordinate, so to say, they are not fully abiding by the law, as far as I understand, you don't plan to point out their drawbacks. Well, if you say that you are not going to demonstrate anything, so for example, you say that I'm your leader and you can do what you want. No, you have not, you have understood me in the wrong way. I was talking about the problematic issues. For example, if the officers do not act in a good way, if they make illegal decisions, we have all the tools provided by the legislation to act against their actions or inactivities. If this is a mere communication that you have to change something or add something into a document, if there are some practical moments, I think that each prosecutor has to have to use their own judgments, their own expertise. If a prosecutor's line of behavior is legal, I believe that I should not interfere. Thank you. I would like to specify something. Probably you have participated in other competitions before this competition. According to the background information, you have just mentioned that you are going to learn. Maybe you could learn things in some other agencies, not in the SAPO, because you will not have time to learn here. So what did you mean when you say that you are going to learn things? I believe that all the colleagues who don't have previous experience in the SAPO, whether they want it or not, they will have to study a lot. They will need to study a lot of new materials which have not been accessible to the general category of the prosecutors. You have to start working with new category of crimes. I will have to work with corruption crimes. And as for the question whether I would need to go to other agencies to learn, if the commission decides that I don't fulfill the requirements, that I'm not suitable for this position, of course I will try to participate in other competitions to other agencies. Roman Koibida, please tell us, when you started, you said that your life position will help you to fulfill your duties as a head of the 5th Department of the Specialized Prosecutor's Office. So what is your position in life? Thank you for the question. I believe that my position of principle and zero tolerance to violations. I have zero tolerance to illegal activities, open and hidden activities. Of course, regarding the corruption as well, I believe that every person, every prosecutor has to work honestly in a correct way. And because of that, we are able to work in a calm environment. I work calmly because I work honestly and correctly. So this is my position of principle. As for the illegal activities, so these are activities not compatible with the position of the prosecutor. What about unethical behavior? For example, between leaders and subordinates. So if it only appears to be legal, but it's unethical, what about that? I believe that we need to talk to people. We need to explain to people in the course of communication. If a person doesn't like something, they can tell me in communication. if a person understands that they insult their colleagues, we need to try to change their attitudes and behavior. We can try to change their position. If a person doesn't want to talk, we need to work with them. As for the working questions, this is one point. As for the friendship and friendly relations, this is another level of question. But first of all, we need to do what we have come to do here in the SAPO. How can you evaluate the atmosphere in the team that you work in currently? Is it conductive or not? Well, it depends on the time. Sometimes we have critical moments, but in general, we have a normal atmosphere of work, taking into account the specifics of our work, taking into account the workload. I believe that our team has a good, friendly relations, which are connected to our official duties of everyone. So you have also mentioned the workload. What is your current workload and what workload do you expect? As for the workload, for example, in courts and in your office, do you find it difficult? Can you cope with it? Do you have to stay late in your work? Do you have to work on the weekends? Yes, sometimes it happens. But I believe that those things, if we need to spend more time to fulfill our duties, well, this is not a difficult thing. It is not difficult to stay late or to go to your office on the weekend, because according to the legislation, according to the criminal procedural codes, we have deadlines. And when the prosecutors are obliged to finish some duties, we have time frames for reviewing petitions, for making our own petitions, for reviewing petitions to arrest property. We have different deadlines, and sometimes we have higher workloads. But I believe we understand, all the prosecutors understand their workload. So do you think it will be higher or lower compared to the current workload? Well, I can stay at my office for longer times. Sometimes it's even, sometimes the workload is higher, but it's not. I don't believe that it would be difficult. So have you researched any information about your future subordinates and your future workloads? Well, I studied only the published information about the competition. Of course, I reviewed some general information. Each department has 5 officers, some of them have 6. Do you have experience of working with mass media? As for me, it would be easier to communicate your position to the press service of the prosecutor's office. No, do you have a personal experience with mass media? Well, of course, some of the mass media were asking questions. We can only model a situation. For example, if you leave the courtroom and you are approached by the journalists, how will you communicate with them? Or will you only send them to the press service? Well, it depends on the questions. If I feel a provocation against me, if I feel some supporting questions, which would, if they will try to guide me on some way, I will try to observe the principles of the rule of law, presumption of innocence, and non-discrimination. and I will try to answer the question as correctly as possible. If this is not a provocation, if the question concerns some certain measures or actions, I will send the journalists to the press service. And the last one from me. You have said that the prosecutor should not allow any interference. What forms of interference can there be? Have you encountered such cases?
I did experience interference, but just with one form of them, lawful ones, when the defendant is writing the petition within the corresponding article of the criminal law of Ukraine. And the head of prosecutor's office is obliged to satisfy it if all the reasons are correct and true. After that, the instructions are sent to the prosecutor and he's obliged to make them happen. And what hypothetical forms of interference can you expect? Well, I think it's hard to put a pressure on me. What forms of interference? Threats, probably. My family can be involved, or some certain situations, if something didn't happen, they could tell it happened. But if you're fine, if you're ready to be responsible for your activities, there is nothing to be afraid of. At the moment, I don't feel any kind of interference to my activities. Thank you. Thank you. The time is over. 4 minutes left. Sergey, my question is, what are the consequences for the state, the ruling of the European Court of Human Rights about the violation of human rights? As far as I understand, the state is obliged to put changes into legislation, not to have these violations in the future. That's internal legislation of the... What decisions, you know? Or European Court of Human Rights, you mean? Someone against Ukraine. I didn't hear the surname also. Well, maybe it wasn't the European Court of Human Rights. Panchenko against Russia, very good known. Romanauskos against Lithuania. Those decisions that obliged other countries to put changes into their legislation. And the last question then. And what do you mean by proved suspicion according to the, from the point of view of European Court of Human Rights? It means that all the complex of proofs found in some criminal proceeding will prove the neutral observer that this person made this criminal proceeding. that this person was involved into making of this criminal violation. Any other questions? Yes, Evgen. Thank you. So Roman said already about internal and external communication. Regarding external communication, from your point of view, how it should be explained, where the transparency of informing the society about the activities of SAPO can be used. I mean, reinforcement of external communication. As far as I know, first of all, it's a Facebook page of SAPO. Also, there are Telegram channels where society can get information about taking of some decisions by SAPO prosecutors also. Website of general prosecutor. As far as I thought, it was under development, but this website could be better for better communication of society on the activities of SAPO. Thank you. I have another question. Thank you. Well, within human resources management, there is such a measure as bonuses. It can be financial motivation, but the most important is non-financial, depending on individual abilities of the employees. Which non-financial stimulations you would use? As far as I know, these are letters of gratitude, medals. But surely we need to take into the consideration with a certain employee, certain prosecutor. We need to study all the circumstances. We need to compare to colleagues. Are there ones who are worse motivations? Probably there was some high-profile criminal proceeding, or the procedural management was done exceptionally well within it. In the public prosecution, and also only positive moments shall be given to the head, and after that he will decide, shall it be stimulated in non-financial way or not. Thank you. I got it. And another question, last one, regarding interaction of SAPO. Now, what problems you can name in external interactions and what ways to settle them you can see? Regarding interaction, I think SAPO is rather transparent. You know, I was working a lot with the legislation, with documents covered in media, and there were no any kind of problems when prosecutor or SAPO would violate the rights of the citizens or other state bodies when the responses were ignored, anything like that. I think interaction seems to be fine. And for reinforcement, probably website with all subcategories would help. Hotline, maybe. But maybe not everyone in prosecutor office understands will SAPO do it or not. There are some nuances, but I think they're insignificant. Thank you. Another question. Which criteria you will use to define the efficiency of the prosecutor? And for you, what is the efficiency of the prosecutor? Efficiency of prosecutor's work. There are some positive in the activities. Reimbursement of damage returned to the state budget. Maybe there are no claims, but there are no violations after there are no violations found in their consideration. The procedural interaction of the prosecutor, consideration of requests. Also, absence of punishments while making his functional duties, and availability of the awards or gratitudes. I think it should be taken into consideration. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I think we depleted our time. Do you want to continue the interview? Then we will finish the interview with this candidate. Thank you very much, Sergey Nikolaevich. Thank you. See you. Dear colleagues, we just received statement to the email of the Commission for taking administrative positions in SAPO from Senuk Andrei. Dear members of the Commission, I take part in the open competition on filling the positions in SAPO for the position of the Deputy Head of General Prosecutor Office, the Head of SAPO, and Deputy Head of SAPO, and the Head of the 5th Department as well, to all 3 positions. For the time being, priority for me based on results. Priority for me is the Head or Deputy Head of SAPO. Taken into, that's why I would like to ask you, consider me the candidate, do not consider me as a candidate for the position of the Head of 5th Department. Andrei Senuk candidate. I think he registered and we can invite him later, but he made another statement to the Commission on filling the positions in SAPO from Senuk Andrei, candidate for administrative positions in SAPO. Statement. Statement December 20 on the official website of the administrative court of the city of Kyiv. They say that they terminated the ruling about the regulations of SAPO. As it was said in the information, the court took a decision partially satisfy this petition by the way of cancelling the work of the Competition Commission and the competition for the positions in SAPO. Due to the changes in the legislation starting from 16th of July 2020, the other party in this case was taking its duties in taking this regulation, and at the same time the authority was not defined who has the right to have this regulation. Correspondingly, the court didn't find the authorities who would have right to approve these regulations. That's why the court took to the conclusion that the commission didn't have the authorities to do that, and they had no right to make a competition and to select candidates for this position. After analyzing this information, me as candidate for administrative positions in SAPO, the decision of the Administrative Court of the City of Kyiv concerned me a lot, as in the case I will be selected as the winner of the competition, as the head or deputy head of the SAPO, and my designation to these positions, take into consideration the ruling of Administrative Court of the City of Kyiv, SAPO will not be possible to function in a proper way, and all the positions filled in this SAPO will not have legal possibilities to fulfill their duties. That's why, according to the Article 19 of the Constitution of Ukraine, state bodies and bodies of self-government, other officials can act only within their duties, foreseen by the Constitution and the law of Ukraine. And the Article 16 of the law of Ukraine says that independence of prosecutor can be provided by his designation, termination of his duties, and bringing him to responsibility. And the Article 2 of the regulations of SAPO foresees that the members of Commission do it on the basis of integrity, independence, transparency, and lawfulness. And all the members of the Commission stick to the Constitution and other laws of Ukraine, taking into consideration all the above mentioned, and also take into consideration possible consequences of Ukraine. The positions of the head, deputy head, and the head of fifth department. Such rulings can paralyze the activities of SAPO and other anti-corruption institutions of Ukraine and all Ukrainian anti-corruption structures. That's why I would like you to consider on the meeting on the 21st of December to postpone the interviews, to postpone the definition of the winner till Competition Commission will get the lawful ruling of the corresponding courts of Ukraine. As due to these decisions, all the activities can be blocked. Best regards, Andriy Senyuk. Well, these two statements we received from the candidate. But he says there is no criminal responsibility. It's none in code, but it is a specialized article. There is an article, but he didn't fulfill it in full or fulfilled partially. I know this article. That was a shame. Dear colleagues, I would like to inform that 1 minute ago we received the ruling from Administrative Court of the City of Kyiv. Let's have 30 minutes break The journalists are waiting for me. I would like to treat them respectfully. I will talk to journalists for 10 minutes. And you can... Yes, Drago.
I think we will have to make some decisions before the break. Mr. Romaniuk, would you please sit down? I have some proposals to make. You see, we heard first we heard a very, very clear statement of one of the...
It's hard for him to sit down. That's why he's working, but he's not leaving the work.
No,
Yeah.
I immediately when I said I felt sorry because I do the same thing, walking up and down all the time. So I do apologize. First of all, we heard the candidate who pulled back his candidacy for the head of department. So there's nothing we can do. We can all recognize that. Second, I never saw a competition procedure where candidate would be suggesting postponement. And I would say at the beginning of today's meeting, we adopted the agenda for today. So basically, it's very simple. Either we stick to the agenda or not. If we stick to agenda, we will have to proceed. If you don't stick to agenda, we will postpone it. I have to say I'm extremely surprised that you received this decision of the court now, because already yesterday all Ukrainian journalists knew about it, and they were asking questions about it already. Let's say they asked me a question, I kept silent because I thought it's more important to have the meeting today in the interviews. So I would suggest that we discuss the issue first, and then you go and talk to the journalist.
I don't mind. We are sticking to the agenda. And now we need to define what to do with the Senyuk statement. We can invite him, for instance, he's here. According to the procedure, we got these letters to our emails. And now, according to the schedule, we have interview with Mr. Senyuk.
Okay, then let's have an interview with Mr. Senyuk. Let's have an interview with Mr. Senyuk then.
Let's listen to Mr. Senyuk.
No,
yeah, okay, please invite Mr. Senyuk.
Not let's listen. Let's have an interview with Mr. Senyuk as every other candidate. It's a difference.
Drago, according to the schedule, now there are interviews for the head of the 5th department, and he revoked from it. So we have another site. We will interview him as a candidate for head and deputy head.
Yeah, that's okay.
He sent us statement. Andriy, you sent us statement. Probably you would like to tell more about it. I read it, and you asked the commission do not consider you in the future as a candidate for the position of the head of the 5th department. Yes, I confirm. Priority for me is to be considered as the potential head or deputy head.
Okay, so I think we can stop here. Yes, the candidate just said that he is not a candidate. The candidate just said that he is not a candidate anymore. So no interview. Absolutely no reason for any other statement until the next interview, which will be about the head of SAPO. We are not here a voluntary society of nurses. We are here selecting the head of SAPO. So suggest we took note of what we just heard, which means that Mrs. Senyuk is not a candidate anymore, full stop. We can make a break of 10 minutes, and we then invite him back as a candidate for the head of SAPO, and we continue with interviews.
Dear colleagues, let's discuss. Shall we satisfy this statement that he asks us do not consider him as a head of the candidate of the head for the fifth department, according to the personal statement of Mr. Senyuk? Yes, please wait for us, Andrei. We will invite you something. I'm really sorry. I asked him out. Did you want him?
No.
Yes, please.
Yes, I think if he does.
I just wanted to specify for Drago that yesterday there was information in media that there is such a ruling, but now we got a text, full text of the ruling to the email of the commission from the email of the judges. No, it was me who sent it. It was you? Yes. Roman just sent us the full text of the DC of the ruling.
It will come into force in 30 days. So, Thomas, please.
Yes, I would suggest that with respect to your question about whether or not we should satisfy Mr. Senyuk's request not to be considered, I think if he doesn't want to be considered as a candidate for a certain post, of course we should honor that. And he still wants to be considered for the other two posts, so we should proceed to interview him for those positions. We have an agreed upon schedule. We're ready to do the interviews. I think we should proceed with the interviews. He's not a member of the commission, so he cannot propose that the commission, he does not have the right to propose that the commission interrupt its work. We should just proceed, interview him for the positions that he wants to be considered for, interview the other candidate, vote on them, and I believe that the Kiev Administrative Court decision should be dealt with in due course in separate legal proceedings. But I think that we should continue as we have planned today to complete the interviews.
Nona, did you want to say something?
Nothing particular, just to confirm that I totally agree with Thomas. We need to accept his position concerning the first position, but as to the rest, the deputy and the head of the SAPO, we should proceed. And with due respect, he has no right to direct the commission in one way or another. It's commission who decides its own rules. So we should proceed with the agenda. Thank you.
No, thank you. We took Mr. Senyuk's statement into account. We will put it down. We will note in the protocol that he has withdrawn his candidacy. If you want to vote on this, we can vote. If you want to vote, we can prepare a wording. For example, we are satisfying the statement of so he withdrew his candidacy and we do not object. This is the candidate's right to do this. He has made a statement that he doesn't want us to review. He doesn't want us to consider him or his application. I think that he doesn't want to go for interview. So if you don't mind, let us make a 10 minutes break. Or shall we continue? I'm asking for a 10 minutes break. Let us have, but not more than 10 minutes. Thank you. Good day, dear Alexander Vasilyevich. Good day once again, Alexander Vasilyevich. So we have a live stream. We continue our 12th meeting of the Commission for Filling Administrative Positions in the SAPO. The first question in the agenda is holding interviews for candidates to the positions in the SAPO regarding their correspondence to the professional competence criteria. We have approved the schedule of interviews on correspondence. So we have Mr. Klemenko Alexander Vasilyevich, the candidate for the Deputy Prosecutor General, head of the SAPO, Klemenko Alexander Vasilyevich, born in 1986, higher education in 2010 finished the Yaroslav Mudry National Academy and got the qualification of a lawyer. Starting from March of the year 10 until the year 16, was working in the Ministry of Interior as an investigator and senior investigator. Starting from March 16 until now, is working in the NABU, has been working as a detective, senior detective, and now is a detective team leader. Has successfully completed all the previous stages. According to the testing for legislation knowledge, he scored the maximum score of 100. Second stage score for general abilities, 112 points. Practical task, 18 points. A general number of points is 230, which makes him holding the first place in the rating. If you would like to provide us additional information, I am informing you and the audience that according to our dossier, or according to the file, you have passed the background check. We have received additional materials, additional data about all the questions from the Commission members. We will have some additional questions to you during the interview. And now, please, Alexander Vasilyevich, if you would like to tell us something in addition. During the period of the competition, nothing has happened, so I don't have anything to add. According to the Article 27, regarding the interviews on the professional competence, we will be evaluating several criteria. Strategic thinking, leadership, management, professional ethics, communications. And I'm asking every candidate about the suggestions and proposals. What would you propose to improve the independence and improve the efficiency of the SAP? Thank you. As for improving the independence of the SAP, I can see two aspects. Improvement of independence as an institution and independence of individual prosecutors. As for the prosecutors, in my opinion, a very important criterion is a mechanism of distribution of criminal cases between the prosecutors. I think this mechanism is not perfect. It is the head of the SAPO who is deciding on the distribution, and it is not regulated. So I think there can be a subject specialization. We will have specialized department or specialized prosecutors in the SAPO who will be specializing in different directions, and they will be receiving relevant cases. Or we can have a random distribution similar to the system that we have, case distribution system that we have in courts. As for the distribution of cases, we need to take into account the criteria of workload, of caseload on the prosecutors, their complexity. and experience of different prosecutors, previous experience. Another factor in independence of the prosecutors of the SAPO is the question of their evaluation. Right now, they have temporary regulation on the evaluation of the prosecutors, but the criteria are very diluted. Assessment criteria are very diluted. We need to make them more specific in order to be able to efficiently assess each separate prosecutor. Also, as for the independence, right now we have legislative frameworks. They allow a prosecutor to react or to respond to different types of pressure. For example, from the pressure, from internal and external pressures. A prosecutor can notify the prosecutor's counsel about the threats to their independence. But as far as I understand, the SAPO has not yet used this mechanism. So this is either, maybe they are afraid to do this, to make those notifications, or maybe it is necessary to hold some kind of trainings on the integrity. Maybe we should explain how prosecutors can respond to the threats and pressure. As for the institutional independence, I also have several points. They are disputable points. Whether the SAPO has to be a structural subdivision of the Prosecutor General's office, or Office of the Prosecutor General, or whether it should be a separate organization. So this is a disputable question, but in my opinion, it would be better if it were a separate institution. This would reduce the dependence of the SAPO from the Office of the Prosecutor General. Another criteria of independence is material and technical equipment. I don't think that there are any problems in this regard. The SAPO has enough assets, enough material assets. The procedure of appointment of the head of the SAPO and officers of the SAPO, in my opinion, this is a question to the selection of the SAPO head could be improved. Maybe some time frames, some deadlines can be determined for making some decisions during the competition to make the selection time less, to reduce the selection time. As for improving the independence of the SAPO, I would also like to add in this regard, increasing the possibilities for international cooperation. From my experience, I can say that right now, the NABU together with SAPO don't have the possibility to put people on the international wanted lists and also make petitions on extradition people from abroad. Our legal framework provides, so we need to petition the Interpol. So we need to go to the prosecutor's office and they need to go to the Interpol. Sometimes this process takes 18 months. And I don't believe that this is a reasonable time frame. It creates hurdles and limitations, and it has a bad impact on the work of the SAPO. Also, in my opinion, it would be necessary to make amendments to the legislation regarding the international wanted list. And also, the SAPO head should have the possibility to enter information into the Unified State Register of proceedings on the possibilities so we need to be able to register information about possible violations by the members of parliament, and we need to be able to agree to approve investigations against some top officials, because right now the legislation says that the NABU is investigating corruption crimes, among other things, by members of parliament, but the prosecutor's office has no possibility to enter the information in the register and start the investigation. Also, another important aspect of independence and efficiency of the SAPO would be a question of making an audit of the operations of the SAPO. It would be good to make this audit together with the NABU audit, because the Anti-Corruption Bureau and SAPO are engaged in the same criminal proceedings and cases, and it would be relevant to make the audit to see the limitations for efficient work. So this is about the potential steps to improve the independence. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Vasilyevich. Another question. We will have a lot of questions, but one of the first one. What violation of Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights the European Court of Human Rights has identified about the systemic violations of Article 6 in one of the cases? Do you know about this case? Yes, I was reading this resolution, but right now I'm not able to remember exactly. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, please, if you have any questions. Yep, please, Bogdan. The first question from me, you say that the prosecutor's office and NABU need to have more independence. Yes. If you say A, you have to say B. When you are talking about the international cooperation and international wanted list, you know the things that we have in our legislation, it does not correspond to the international legislation, if you know. And the main actors in the international cooperation for the international search. So the subjects are only the prosecutor's office, office of the prosecutor's office of the Prosecutor General, and the Justice Ministry. If we want to add other agencies, we need to ask the international community to change their normative documents and regulations. You are aspiring to a very high position, and you say that you are asking to give more authorities to the NABU, but this practice does not exist in the world. This is the international practice. I would like to, not because you don't want, but because this is only the Prosecutor General can make a petition on extradition of people from abroad, and to put people on the international wanted list. Only the Department of International Cooperation of the Prosecutor General's office is authorized to provide a guarantee that if the person is detained upon the petition of Ukraine, they guarantee that they will make a petition to extradite a person. But you are asking for these authorities, you want to be authorized to cooperate, to have international criminal cooperation on behalf of Ukraine. I was saying that we need to amend this article to include the SAPO. Besides the Prosecutor General, the SAPO should also be able to make a petition about criminals. But this is not provided by the international agreements. Right now, the SAPO is a structural subdivision of the Prosecutor General's office, so there is no conflict. Yes, this is a subdivision of the Office of the Prosecutor General, but the main authorities, main agencies acting on behalf of Ukraine are the Ministry of Justice about criminal proceedings in court. And as for the pre-trial investigation, this is the authority of the Office of Prosecutor General. I would also wish you well, but we are all lawyers. This is the first point. And then you say that SAPO should be a separate institution, separate from... Well, I said that this is a disputable question. Well, then tell us, why do you have this lack of trust to the Prosecutor General's office? Well, this is the highest authority in the country. For example, if it's in the United States, or in England, or in the United Kingdom, well, why? From the experience of work, from the experience of the SAPO, and judging by the open sources of information, we can see that very often there have been some conflicts between the officers of the SAPO and the Office of the Prosecutor General, including the open letter from the officers of the SAPO to the acting Prosecutor General, and also some open letters to the former prosecutors generals. So they show us that there are some attempts, well, there are some kinds of conflicts between the officers inside. So probably to improve the independence, it would be relevant to make the SAPO a separate institution. This would provide more administrative independence and more material and technical equipment independence, because now the SAPO have to make procurements through the Office of the Prosecutor General. For example, stationery and other equipment, they are not able to communicate with the society, with the mass media. They can only do it through the Office of the Prosecutor General. So then why do we need the Office of the Prosecutor General at all? So we can have two prosecutors' office for, we can have SAP, we have one prosecutor's office for monitoring, and the third prosecutor office to uphold the justice. So one of them are corrupt, we cannot trust them, let them take their bribes, let them take their unlawful benefits, and we are good guys. So we have created a lot of specialized agencies, but what about the results? Well, as for the results, so the efficiency of the anti-corruption agencies and the SAPO is very high. In fact, 250 detectives or even less, we cannot overestimate their contribution in fighting corruption and their results. Right now, in the country, we don't have top officials who would say that they are safe from justice. What about the previous times? I can say that the results of fighting the corruption can be seen only now. Before that, this used to be only imitation of fight against corruption. Well, I'm afraid that we are going to have a quarrel. Between whom? Between the Office of the Prosecutor General, the SAPO, and NABU. Well, this I cannot comment on that. Are there any questions? Authority to enter information into the Unified Register of Criminal Cases about criminal violations by the members of Parliament. So for the NABU. So you don't trust the Prosecutor General's office? No, this is one of the mechanisms to improve the independence of the SAPO. This is not a question of trust or distrust. In fact, this is a more efficient communication mechanism. It would take less time. So, when the Prosecutor General is entering information into the register, the Prosecutor General is unbiased, because the SAPO and the NABU, they are more involved, they are more interested in the case, and the Prosecutor General is unbiased. And NABU and SAPO can overestimate their possibilities, while the Prosecutor General has a colder head. So you are talking about one plane. I'm talking about the crimes under the. I'm only talking about the crimes in the competence of the NABU. So the observation of the NABU activities is laid on the Office of the Prosecutor General. As for the NABU. And the last question: why you don't trust the Prosecutor General's office? No, I'm not talking about mistrust. Well, if you say that you need more independence, then why? The Prosecutor General's office is the top authority in the prosecutor structure, prosecutor's office structures in any country. Well, so you are diluting the responsibility. No. The question was about the improving of the independence. And as for I believe that independence is the same as efficiency. Well, I will tell you later what the independence is. Independence means the results of work. And we have to be well balanced in the operations, and we need to have the results. This is what I agree with. Thank you, Bogdan. A very short question. What is the highest body of prosecutors' self-government? Is it the All-Ukrainian Conference? Who is heading? Who is the head of? No, I don't know. Another question. What body is doing the legal expertise of draft laws provided to the parliament according to the law? This is the Parliamentary Committee on counteracting the corruption. And also there can be an individual expertise, voluntary expertise from the civil society. Please, Mr. Navrotsky. Please unmute. Please unmute. Yes, I'm sorry. Alexander Vasilyevich, imagine that in Ukraine we have a campaign to liquidate the specialized anti-corruption agencies, including the SAPO. What would be your action in this case? Actions. According to the legislation, I can be offered a similar position. I can agree to this or not, or I can be or the prosecutors can be offered higher positions or similar positions. Why do you believe that it's possible to appeal to the society in these cases? At this time, creation of the SAPO was according to the law. So the legislator the parliament has decided to do this, and we have a demand from the society to start the independent agencies. So I don't believe that I will have to appeal to the civil society. All right, thank you. So please, any other questions? Oh, sorry. The written work, the second task. Would you like to change anything in your written test work or add something? Maybe I would like to expand this, but I wouldn't change anything of principle. As for the incentivizing officers or some motivational measures, I could say that in this case, we can look at material and non-material incentivizing. Material incentives are bonuses, yearly bonuses, and evaluation. Evaluation has to be more specific. As for the non-material incentives, we can recognize some achievements of a prosecutor's offices in the team. Also, there can be some training tours. For example, if we have a successful officer who, or for example, if this officer has done some unique work, we can send him to some countries to exchange experience. There can be some internal institutional awards. So this is about motivation. Only 10% of officers can work with high efficiency without motivation. If we have no motivation, 50% would be working only to stay at work without showing high results. But we need to improve the efficiency of work. 60-70 criminal proceedings that are sent annually. This indicator can be improved. This is just more than one criminal proceeding per one prosecutor. I agree that the caseload will be increasing. Of course, we are developing slowly. Cases are developing slowly. Sometimes cases need a lot of time to investigate and to develop. So some of the measures to improve the efficiency could be increasing the number of staff. So right now you're holding a leadership position, an administrative position. How you motivate your subordinates? Well, I used to hold an administrative position in the NABU department. This is like a department head. Our department demonstrated some of the highest indicators, some of the highest results in 1 year. This department has become the best ones and is holding the leadership positions. So for this year, our department has the first place among the other departments in the NABU. My merit is that I made an audit of criminal cases under which we are working on, and together with the detectives, we had discussions. We have found the problems, we have found the limits, and then we were trying to find the solutions. And I'm not afraid to take responsibility for each criminal case and for the work of the department. And I have never shifted responsibility because every one of the prosecutors have different kind of experience. Some of them have no experience at all. If we leave them alone in their work, in their proceedings, they wouldn't be able to achieve the results. So as we can see, that the leader has to work with their subordinates.
Well, I'm very principled on violation, any kind of violations. The main task of the detective is not just effective investigation, but also sticking to the legislation. Without it, there is no result. As we cannot fight the criminals by criminal ways, only by legislative. Also, I'm always listening to the opinion. And if it against mine, what can we do? We will do the way I advise and the way detective wants. And in this way, I'm usually respected by the detectives, because if detective ways doesn't work, he will believe me more. So what do you mean? You're looking for compromise between two positions, or how? It depends on the concrete situation. Thank you. In your practical task, you said that in the attempt of pressure on you personally or SAPO, reaction shall be active, reaction, counteraction. Could you please tell to which attempts, what can be the reactions? We have the code of professional ethics of prosecutor. How prosecutor should react to the attempts and threats of his independence, and counsel of prosecutor can do it. And if there are some other ways, then correspondingly, we will look at every case separately. Yes, Dragos and Thomas.
Thank you. Well, at the start, I have to say that I was very happy to hear your thoughts about the possible position of SAPO, because the most effective specialized anti-corruption prosecutorial offices are always the ones who are not very closely attached to the general prosecutor's office. This is the case in Romania, Latvia, and so on. So I was very happy to hear that. Also, in international cooperation, you're just saying what the international conventions are saying. So this is fine. But you said something which is also very important, is, let's say, the attitude of public or media towards SAPO. Let's say, if you become the head of SAPO, how would you organize the work with media?
Thank you for your question. So, regarding the information from open sources of information, sensitive issues, I mean, SAPO reacted in quality way, I would say. In any case, if there is an information that gives possibility to shape opinion on some bias or some other motivated decisions by SAPO prosecutor, in this case, all that should be covered in media. They should be investigated. Motivated decisions should be accepted, and then they should be explained to the society. Why this prosecutor took such decision, it should be explained, as sometimes legislative issues are not clear by the society. That's why we need to make some explanatory work. That's it. And cooperation with media, I think that it's extremely important principle of SAPO activities. That's transparency. Society should know the work results. And there are some limits for that. The information cannot be distributed, but work results on especially sensitive topics shall be covered in media. There can be some publications on the issues, participation in some events on the activity of criminal justice, where the results of SAPA can be covered. But publications on sensitive issues of the prosecution service in general shall be explained to the society.
Can I just add something more here? So let's say if you're the head of SAPO, you'll be exposed to many media requests. What would be your preferred option, to deal with them you personally, or you would have somebody or even a department within SAPO, or using the GPO's department to deal with media requests? What would you prefer?
I guess there will be employee processing media requests, but still I will approve the final result of this processing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Drago Thomas.
Yes, thank you. One question. In your work at NABU, have you ever felt that you were subject to political pressure by somebody involved in a case? And if so, how did you deal with that situation? I don't want details of the case or the names of people involved, just your general approach to dealing with that situation. I asked because you said at SAPO you would be able to go to the Council of Prosecutors. What have you done in similar situations at NABU, if they have ever arisen? And if you have not had such situations, that's fine. But if you have, just give us a sense of how you deal with that kind of pressure.
During high-profile cases investigation, I haven't heard it on myself personally. In Anti-Corruption Bureau, this pressure is on the director. That's why we get less. And regarding counteraction, it wasn't connected to any kind of political pressure.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Thomas?
Not from me, but I believe Nona has a question.
Thank you. If you could elaborate on the following question. What are some of the challenges you are anticipating in case you are appointed to the highest position, and how you would handle them? How would you approach? And if there are some lessons you learned in your previous experience, how you would use those experiences as well? I would appreciate your answer on those questions.
Well, I don't know what expects me, but I'm sure there will be some. Also, one of the main tasks that the SAPA management will have is to adjust cooperation in the team, to have an audit of the criminal proceedings where there was some issues on proving or lawfulness of accepting some decisions. I think that will be the priority. Well, regarding the challenges, I cannot say. I cannot foresee but I think I will be fine. And communication challenges. You said that in Nabu, the director was under pressure mainly. Are you ready for this kind of challenge? Well, I was responsible for high-profile cases for the VIOCO, and so I will be responsible for the VIOCO Specialized Anti-Corruption Office. If there will be successes, there will be mistakes. I'm not afraid of them. I'm ready to admit them. I'm ready to learn my lessons and to make the conclusions and not to repeat them, as in general, anti-corruption institution works in such a way. That's how we will align the guys. Any questions, colleagues? Dear Alexander. What authorities are fighting organized crime? National Police. No, it's this response is not correct. What law does it define? You should know, as this law defines your functions as well. If you work in SAPO, that's why you should know that. And if I tell you that it's coordination committee within presidential office fighting organized crimes, have you heard about it? No, I haven't heard about it. Well, that's a shame. Could you please give me a list of authorities who take part in fighting organized crime? Oh, it's also according to the law. I don't know. I cannot quote this law, unfortunately. Which law do you mean? Which law you cannot quote? About the basic of fighting organized crime. Well, not exactly. Please have a look on the internet, of course I will. And what state bodies have powers to do that? Do you know, according to this law? No, I'm not going to, I cannot quote that. But imagine the situation that some unknown person called you and informed that your employee is in hostage in some unknown place. And they asking for money back, for instance, for 5 years salary of prosecutor, your actions. No, you've been informed by a stranger that your employee is in hostage. First, I will check if information corresponds to reality, and then I will address the police. You will do it at night? Yes. Our communication means give us enough possibilities to do this at night as well. Who would you call? First, I will check that this information is true. Where is this SAPO employee at the moment? Does it correspond to reality or not? If it's not, then next day I will give a statement to the national police to check the information on this employee. And also there should be alarm system in every authority. Yeah, that's closer to reality, Alena says. How much time you will spend to define all that? According to the norms of alarm system, 1 hour maximum in Kyiv. I think he will be killed already, according to all these procedures. Thank you. Another question then. What is the, I don't know, unit or department or branch of law enforcement agency, depending what she means? You mean according to some standard document? No, I mean this kind of structural unit. No, she meant governance probably, that it is a system of means, materials, resources to execute tasks and settle the problems at certain situations. And could you please name elements of law enforcement governance? Interaction, for instance, is part of it, yes, and planning. Yeah, I think that's part of it. And so on and so forth. Thank you. That's it? That's it? Yeah. Any questions? Any other questions? On which criteria you will define the efficiency of prosecutor's work? And what would you call the efficiency of prosecutor work? Well, we cannot use the system. I think it's not efficient, as there should be just the quantity in the system, in the efficiency, but also the quality of the petitions. What is the quality is how difficult it was the criminal proceedings, the number of episodes, the number of people, and also it could be just one criminal proceedings with 3 people involved, but also the number of defendants, the behavior of all participants of the process, efficiency of work of prosecutors in criminal proceeding, and except for surveillance and criminal proceeding, also there are other duties. Consideration of the statements, so information from different people, and also state prosecution in the court. And it depends on the behavior of the process participants, the scope of criminal proceeding, and criteria for evaluation, reasonable terms for decision taken. That should be sufficient to take the decisions. Petitions for the temporary access to those documents. And they cannot take 1, 2, 3 or more criminal proceedings. And also, initiative of the prosecutor shall be taken into account. Preparation of the necessary documents. It also will be indicator of their job. Measures on reimbursement on concrete criminal proceeding. Provision of the reimbursement in the future. If prosecutor is initiative, so thanks to his actions together with detectives, he has the possibility quickly collect all necessary and to reimburse the damage by arresting, including arresting abroad. Regarding evaluation criteria, it needs to be processed to define the list. To find the possible abuses of the management of prosecution office during evaluation of prosecutor's activity, if it is a clear and transparent mechanism of evaluation. Thank you for your answers. We have such criteria who was brought to responsibility. That's just to add what you said. Important priorities. We need a person who will reinforce the institution to provide efficient fight against corruption, organized crime in our country. So everyone guilty would be brought to criminal responsibility. That's why the question is, if you become the head of SAPO, what priority directions you see in fighting the corruption? What tasks you will give to the prosecutors? What should be their priorities? Which concrete directions? That will be able to show the results effectively and to provide fight against corruption. Thank you for your question. I think one of the main will be fight against systematic corruption. The finding of the corruption schemes of money laundering from the country. The result of my work was the investigation of so-called gas scheme. There were the agreements about joint activities of different enterprises, and there were abuses during this process. And almost all these agreements on joint activity were terminated. And in the result, the profit of the state enterprise increased. And during these 4 years, there were 8 million on 12 agreements. And after that, it became 1.6 billion hryvnia. Another corruption scheme in other direction, that is the fight against corruption judicial system. As the court is the final instance where the person can address with certain situations. Also, it's important to fight against corruption in defense sector. As it can have serious consequences for the state. That's it. The state declares all the time, together with management, about corruption at the customs, that the budget doesn't get about 300 million hryvnia every year. Don't you think it should be one of the highest priorities in fighting the corruption? As the fight on this direction will bring more funds into the budget. Yes, it's one of the priorities. When they are avoiding custom clearance of the goods. But I think it depends on the corruption schemes. It's clear, thank you. In what way you are going to motivate your employees to find the funds abroad in the criminal proceedings? What is the mechanism? How you will evaluate it? What they need to do to return the funds leaving Ukraine? First of all, I will have a complex of measures. And they are different for property, for accounts, depending on what they have abroad. But it is possible, and the main task, not just to find them. Because they can be registered to some other people, but the fact of proving that this money came from the corruption scheme or some illegal turnover, and also it is extremely important. Priority of arresting them. Because we need to make a complex of procedure before doing that. Well, maybe you didn't get the question very well. These are the measures to return them, but in what way to return them? Yeah, it is clear you detected where they were. We had a meeting in the National Prosecutor's Office regarding that. Before final decision on criminal proceeding. There is a way to return these funds to Ukraine. But first we need to finish criminal proceeding, and after that to return it. At the moment there is some property brought under arrest. But they were returned only after the approval by some persons. In your presentation, you said that SAPO needs to have a possibility to send requests for international support. But there is an international department in the General Prosecutor Office. But you think it would be better to have it in SAPO as well, as such cooperation is long-term because you can wait for decision from the court for many months. Maybe in GPO, in this international department, there are people with experience. That's their specialty. And the creation of separate department in your institution will bring to making this process even longer. I said about the need of making changes. And that the head of SAPO will have such possibility. National Anti-Corruption Bureau actually cannot announce it. As we prepare the pack of document, we send it to this department, and after that, they should give us guarantees that in case of detaining this person abroad, Ukraine will get him or her. And these guarantees in some criminal proceedings are not given for 1 year, for 1 year and a half. These people are not declared as wanted as according to the state general prosecutor or person with his duty can address with such a request. So I would like to add the head of SAPO into a list of such persons, but it's not foreseen by international documents. I'm also for it. We can do it, it's through GPO. I don't think there will be problems on that. Regarding international cooperation, for instance, revealing of the accounts or other operations, they will be made through NABU. And extradition and international search, that's completely different. Also, there is mechanism, petitions for the detention of people. But they can be sent through the National Anti-Corruption Bureau with involvement of GPO. In this petition also, guarantee shall be given that in case of detention of this person, Ukraine will address with the correspondent petition and that SAPO can sign it as well. Well, shall we continue? Dear colleagues, 60 minutes are over. There is a proposal to prolongate it. Do you have objections against prolongation? I want to ask the question. Who is for prolongation? Not everyone had the possibility to ask questions. Draga, Thomas, can you hear us? Do you have objections regarding prolongation? Are you against prolongation, right? What about Nona?
I'm also against prolongation because 1 hour per person, I think it's totally sufficient, and we should stick with this. Thank you.
Because you know, at the previous interviews, we also prolongated interviews, but we voted after that, and now we are against prolongation, right? Because not everyone could ask the question. Thank you. Okay. For prolongation. Коваль, Гуджал, Бусер, Романюк, Куйбіда, Соболін, Навроцький. Against. Firestone, Drago, Kosno, not so sorry, decision not taken. Thank you. Okay, we finished interview with Mr. Klimenko. Please wait for us outside. Do you need a break? 5 minutes, or we will continue working? Five minutes break. I would like to welcome the participants of the 12th meeting, SAPO Commission. According to the schedule of interviews, Sinuk Andrei is with us, Andrei Volodymyrovich. The composition of the commission, Katerina Koval, Andrei Gujal, Olena Busel, Bogdan Romanyuk, Roman Kubidan, Nona Tsotsoria, Thomas Firestone, Drago Kos, and Vyacheslav Navrotsky. Before interviews, probably you have other statements on you. No, I'm fine. And we read your statements at the meeting of the Competition Commission. Let's continue. So that is the candidate for the head and deputy head of SAPO. Sinuk Andrei, who was born in 1982, graduated National Academy named by Yaroslav Mudry, works in prosecutors' bodies on different positions. From 2016, works in the General Prosecutor Office. After attestation, was moved to the Office of General Prosecutor. Also works with the Finance and Customs Service and successfully passed special verification. After the first stage, he got 83 scores. Second stage, 112. Practical task, 14 scores. Total, 209. Maybe you would like to add anything? Yeah. I would like to say regarding my career and procedural management. You know, everywhere I was giving the most complicated and high-profile cases. In 2010, 2011, while working as investigator, I sent 16 criminal proceedings. to the court. There were economic crimes as well. The first one was traffic incident. Made by the police officers. Criminal proceeding was for 6 months. And he was a victim in this case, as in the result of traffic incident, he got some injuries. And I've noticed one important detail. He didn't have any traces of damages. And after that, I sent him to the expertise, and we found the damage that proved that he wasn't a victim. And after that, I could give him an indictment, and he gave about his guilty. And in this way, it was sent to the court. Another case that I investigated regarding the squad of the police who service the motorway Kyiv to Chop. And there were dozens of protocols about the administrative violations. After I had all these documents, it looked like that they were driving bikes drunk, and without documents they were driving tractor. And it was sent to the court. The employees of this court, after that, regional prosecutor office joined the case. And after that, this quote was dismantled. I was moved to the prosecutor's office of the Rivne region. And on this position, I was surveying internal affairs department on the territory, and also I made some operative and search activities. During that time, I had procedural management in few proceedings. More than 150 were sent to the court, and most of them were finished with a ruling. Also, I was investigating some economic crimes regarding the money who were got in a criminal way. And there was a director of large enterprise on the territory of Vinnytsia region. It was an order for dismantle of the working equipment. After that, this equipment was given to the metal scrap. And after that, he said it was a profit of enterprise. And officially, he sent this equipment into trash. It was rather high-profile cases for the region. And it is a large amount of money. That was a case about
I also sent a case on legalizing funds which were illegally received when a director of an enterprise registered another enterprise with the same name, forged documents, then he appropriated a building, as a result of which the co-owners of the building suffered losses. And then the building was sold and showed off as legal proceeds of his own enterprise. So I sent this case to court, and I returned the property and restored the rights of more than 100 persons who suffered losses. Also, I paid a lot of attention to the cases in the land relations, I discovered an illegal scheme by officers of local self-government councils to steal the land plots without voting in the local council. For this, they used the extracts of other resolutions of councils, of the previous councils. So when the members of parliament were voting for some decisions without sufficient information, some of the decisions were forged. Then, on the basis of those decisions, some technical documentation was prepared, and then the land plots were resold. So we conducted a systematic work. I've been studying for several weeks all the technical documentation in the local department of land resources. Then I was studying the original resolutions of local councils, and I discovered a number of criminal violations and sent them to court. I also took steps to stop further use of this scheme of stealing land. Upon my initiative, all the resolutions of the previous council sessions were submitted to the land resources departments. So I blocked this scheme of stealing land plots. In my practice, also, I had a case when I was conducting investigative actions, and in order to resolve a crime which was protracted for a very long time, which was a burden on the relatives, on the prosecutor's office. So I resolved a case on murder which was committed back in 2008. During the check in the Internal Affairs unit, I discovered a criminal case which was not entered into the Unified State Register, which was a violation. After studying this case, I initiated entering of the information on this case into the Unified Register, and I also found that there was a false resolution of a medical expertise, and the main hypothesis of the investigation was, as a result of the accident, it was wrong, and according to the medical examination, this person died because of hits with blunt objects. So we gathered additional evidence, and on it was found that in the yard of his house there were some equipments. I'm sorry, we have a lot of materials of your file in your file. This was a period of my work in. This was 2015 when I worked in the prosecutor's office of Vinnytsia region. Please be quicker because we have a lot of questions. Please, could you talk about high-profile cases? In 2015, I was sent by the Prosecutor General of Ukraine as a member of team where I was investigating the former Prosecutor General is his son, who was a member of parliament. We notified suspicions to a number of persons, and we have found that they had stolen the funds in the amount of 68 million hryvnias. Those funds were allocated to build the administrative building of the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine and for the maintenance. When I worked in this investigative team, most of the perpetrators have received judgments starting from the department heads and finishing with the former prosecutor general and his son, who organized these illegal schemes and were beneficiaries. Personally, I petitioned the court in this case, and my petitions were the basis of the arrest warrants for the former prosecutor general, and I was doing the work as a result of my work, the European institutions have instigated sanctions against those people. Later, I was transferred to the Prosecutor General's office for the permanent work, where I investigated a criminal case on illegal benefits of 150,000 United States dollars, which were extorted by one of the leaders of the prosecutor's office of Kiev from one of the bank owners. And those suspects were detained with the funds. Later, the criminal case was sent to court. During the investigation, our prosecutors team and investigative team, some pressure was exerted on us because they have some important members of parliament. So please, Drago, do you have a question?
More a proposal. I would say that, let's say, this is all impressive, but I would suggest that we move to questions immediately because we have to check the criteria, So I would not really like to get into the situation when we will again run out of time. I have to say, I really enjoyed listening to what we just heard, but I think questions are needed now.
So please, if I may, just 1 minute, I would like to talk about the problematic issues in the work of the SAPO and ways to overcome them. We have an interview. Yes, if we have an interview here. If you are not interested in hearing, I'm interested in hearing about the problems. Well, we are interested in your experience, but we don't need so many small details. So I will just point out 2 criminal cases in which I worked successfully regarding an attack on Katerina Gandzuk, a journalist, where I was supporting the prosecution against a former local council deputy. And I also worked in a criminal case in which 9 persons were accused of creating an illegal military unit in Ukraine. And they committed a terroristic act. They shot from a grenade thrower on the building of a television channel in Ukraine. I have applied a number of criminal proceedings against people, and several of them have been convicted already. As for my vision of the problematic issues in the anti-corruption agencies and ways of overcoming them, the first point is a very long absence of the results of work in criminal cases. And as a result of this, we have dissatisfaction from the society and from the government with the anti-corruption agencies. So one of the ways to resolve this, after a case is opened, after we file a suspicion, the case disappears from the radars, and for many years, 3, 4, 5 years, nothing is heard about the case. So, for example, we have a very high-profile case which was covered by media, and then it disappears. This demonstrates to the society that the cases have not been resolved until the end for some reasons. They have not been submitted to courts or something else. And another problematic issue is exonerations in the work in the system of justice, like probationary resolutions is a positive thing, because people can go to court and prove that they are innocent. But we have the work of the prosecutor and the investigator. They prepare the documents, they do the work. So this is a situation, sometimes this means violation of human rights. As far as I can see from the official statements, there are a lot of exonerations or probationary judgments in the cases. Another point is coordination between the officers of SAPO and between the departments. What we can see from the mass media, of what we can see from other sources, these are the same people who are engaged in the most high-profile cases. So there is a question, what are the other prosecutors doing? Do they have equal caseload? So is it correct to distribute the caseload in this way? Another problem is overload of prosecutors with the cases from previous years. When they notify a suspicion, they send a proceeding to the court, and then the number of materials is growing and growing. The prosecutors are spending all their energy, all their forces to preserve the results that they have, but they are not able to move forward for new objectives. Therefore, I believe that first of all, so the new SAPO head should analyze the reasons why people are exonerated on criminal cases, and the new head has to take certain measures about this. Maybe this happens because the legislation has changed. Maybe some things have been decriminalized. In other cases, maybe there have been some violations by the investigators or the prosecutors. So we need to assess this. Also, we need to monitor the caseload of the prosecutors, and we need to have a fair distribution of cases. Of course, most of the officers can have equal caseload, but the leader has to assess who is better in investigating in different spheres. For example, we can have better experts in the land relations, economics, finances, and distribute the caseload relevantly. Maybe somebody is better in pretrial investigation. Maybe another officer is better in defending the interests in court. So this could be the criteria of cases distribution. Also, I believe that we need to reload the cooperation with the NABU, between the NABU and SAPO and other law enforcement agencies, the economic security agencies and other agencies, because this cooperation is built not only on the institutions, but on the people who are heading them. So if we change the leadership, sometimes the cooperation is lost. So we need to renew the cooperation. We need to pay attention to the competence of the NABU, that some cases, sometimes NABU has the exclusive competence in some cases, and we need to pay attention to better work between SAP and NABU. Every prosecutor and every NABU detective 6 years ago has received a great opportunities to show the efficiency of fighting corruption and inevitability of punishment. But the society believes that they have not coped with this task. So I think that some people require help in their work, and those people who cannot work, they should step aside and free their positions. We need to unite people, those people who are able to work on the fight against corruption without any alternatives. We need efficient work together. We need to have efficient work with those people. And head of the SAPO has to demonstrate the inevitability of punishment, of responsibility. We need to demonstrate it to the society and the state. I would like to stop you for a moment because we have a lot of questions to you. Also, you have a good vision to improve the efficiency. What about the methods to improve the independence of? I believe that the legislature has taken so many steps to ensure the independence. We need only to act according to the law. We need to realize, to implement those functions. Because a lot of people are complaining that a lot of things limit them or don't let them work. In particular, the situation that we have in the country when the SAPO is not able to work, or the SAPO in all the cases needs to make petitions to the Prosecutor General. So it would be good to make equal authorities for the head of the SAPO and deputy head of the SAPO. If the head of the SAPO is absent, like we have now, the situation as we have now, if we have competition like today, deputy head of the SAPO should have equal authorities. I think that the parliament has provided all the conditions for SAPO to work, and we need to use those authorities in a relevant way. We need to look for reasons in ourselves, not in some external factors. Thank you. Maybe some commission members will have questions to you. And I have a question. A decision for temporary suspending a judge due to violations. Who is making such a decision? By the High Council of Justice upon the request of the head of the SAPO. Sorry, Prosecutor General. Prosecutor. During a criminal investigation, the suspension. So, who is making a decision on the suspension of officers? Well, the decision is made by the court, but it is approved by the president. In which way courts have to use the practice of the European Court of Human Rights? The practice can be used directly. Ukrainian courts can make direct references to the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you. What are the requirements that make impossible for a person impossible to work in the prosecutor's office? This is a political activity, participation in political parties, other activities which is prohibited, for example, activities of a lawyer. Also, a person cannot work in the prosecutor's office if he or she was later had been convicted or have committed administrative cases in the sphere of corruption. A qualification disciplinary commission of the prosecutors may be appealed against the High Council of Justice or in court. Thank you. Another questions, please. Andrei Gudjel. What criteria will you be using to determine whether the prosecutor's work is efficient? I will look at the criminal proceedings that he or she is investigating, not only the number of cases, but their complexity, which depends on the number of suspects and other involved persons, the investigative activities that are necessary to be taken, and also, but the main criterion is the results of the prosecutor's work. A prosecutor can have 100 criminal cases. He may seem to be the most overloaded person, but without results. In my opinion, we need to look at the criminal proceedings that have been referred to court, criminal proceedings in which you see prospects, and also there have to be some developments that have to grow into a criminal proceeding later. In my opinion, a good prosecutor, a good investigator is a person who can take one sheet of paper and turn it into a criminal proceeding which can be referred to court with the result of a conviction. This has always been a criteria for me, the criteria. How are you going to cooperate or interact with law enforcement agencies in order to ensure a more efficient work on fighting the corruption? First of all, it is necessary to have a better cooperation between the NABU and SAPO. We need to create relevant conditions of trust between detectives and prosecutors. And only in this case, we will be able to ensure discoveries and results in criminal proceedings. As for the practical things, step by step, I would prepare a relevant letter. I would sign it and I would send it to the law enforcement agencies. I would point out the exclusive competence of cases for the NABU. I would inform the operative and investigative units of those institutions. If you receive some materials, let's cooperate, let's work together. This would, the good common work of us and you together, we will be able to show the results. Of course, it's necessary to indicate contact details, contact person with whom they need to to address with their cases or with their offers of cooperation. So, what directions have the highest priority of the head or deputy head? The highest priorities in cooperation with law enforcement agencies to show the results. I believe this is the fight against embezzlement of budget funds for building, for some infrastructural projects. My practice shows that on each object that is being constructed for the government funds, there are always cases of embezzlement, cases of stealth. From my experience, I have discovered significant losses, significant cases of stealth. So the first priority is the fight against stealing budget funds. And we need to return those funds back to the budget. So this is what is evident right away. People see every day that an object, infrastructure object, is started and then it stops. For example, we have a lot of reports from mass media that millions of hryvnias have been spent to repair a road, and then when you go by that road, you can break your car. So this is evident. We can discover this on hot traces, and we can send this to court. Any other questions? I have some questions, but I would like to allow other colleagues to ask their questions as well. So where is the line? Where is the border on entering information in the register about the corruption crimes basing on the social media or mass media information? Well, I believe that the information which is published in the mass media or the information that is received from other sources, which is difficult to trace to the original source, when it's difficult to understand who is sending this information. Of course, we need to check the information before we make entries in the Unified Register of Proceedings. According to the Criminal Procedural Code of Ukraine, we can enter only the information on commission of crimes. If there are no evidence confirming the information, if there is no confirmation of the facts, I believe that this information should not be entered into the Unified Register of Proceedings. I believe that we need to find a balance. For example, if we take the previous criminal procedural code, when we needed to check within 10 days, we needed to check each statement. And what we have now, our court practice, of course, when courts say that all the statements have to be entered into the Unified Register, then the law enforcement agencies are overloaded and they are not able to investigate. But we need to make procedural decisions. We need to do the investigation. But later, some of those cases are cancelled by court. So we need to look on each separate situation as it is. So if a publication has some references to some documents or some particular details, we need to investigate it. But if there are no particular details, sometimes this may be only a libel attempt. So from your experience, did you have cases when such information was entered into the Unified Register of Criminal Proceedings? So if this information was just somewhere on the mass media or somewhere on unreliable sources. Yes, we have a lot of those facts. As far as I see, I can't talk on behalf of all the law enforcement agencies. The more particulars are provided, the higher the chances of entering the information. So let us imagine that you have been elected as the head of the SAPO and you have a holiday in another settlement. And then you see the military intervention has started into Ukraine. And your deputy, for some reasons, did not let you know about this. and you have no connection, you have no communication, you don't know what is happening in the prosecutor's office. So what would you do? First of all, I will try to communicate with those officers with whom I can. I will find out the information about each officer. I will ensure that each officer should be preserving their lives and the lives of their relatives. Then I will take steps to preserve the necessary documents, including the documents of the SAPO. In which way? Well, I can sit into a car and go to the prosecutor's office. So what about delegation of authorities? I don't have anything against delegation, but if you want to do something good, do it yourself. Thank you. Any other questions? Please, Mr. Novrotsky. Andrei Volodymyrovich, let us imagine that you have received information that one of your subordinates is doing plagiarism. You have received the texts of works, comparative tables. What steps would you take? First of all, I will summon this officer. I will have a discussion with him or her. I will check the reliability of sources. If the information is confirmed fully, then I believe, well, if this scientific work had some consequences, for example, if this person received some scientific degree or a reward, I will initiate, I will turn to the Qualification Disciplinary Commission, so they should look into the behavior of such a prosecutor, about his unethical behavior. First of all, I would ask this officer to apologize to the person whom he has or she has plagiarized, and I will require the explanations. And another question, if I may. Andrei Volodymyrovich, what changes in the criminal and the criminal procedural legislation are necessary, that you believe are necessary to initiate to improve the efficiency of work to counteract the corruption crimes? As for the criminal code, I would like to strengthen the responsibility for corruption crimes and the use of Article 175 of Criminal Code of Ukraine against those people who have committed crimes of corruption. So I would make it stricter, though the second part allows so it can be used against corruption crimes, but we have resolution of courts and we have a lot of cases in practice when they overcome this article, they make a plea deal. So the court approves a plea deal, and then this norm is not fulfilled about the probation term. So I would change this article. As for the procedural code, criminal procedural code, I would strengthen the role of the prosecutor on the pretrial investigation. Maybe this it doesn't concern so much the corruption crimes, but all the corruption crimes. After the criminal procedural code was approved, we have reached a situation when we have norms that the prosecutor is responsible for everything, for their own actions, and ending with those issues that happen after the court resolution. But the authorities of the prosecutors have been reduced. So the disciplinary and criminal responsibility was cancelled for not obeying the instructions of the prosecutors. Thank you. Any other questions, please? Are you holding a leadership post? No, not this way, not this time. So what is the type of what type of leader are you? Well, first of all, I'm fair, efficient, well-balanced, and I'm oriented. I'm focused on people. I would ensure comfort and independence to the officer. Then they will be able to show the results. Thank you. In your work, you say, as in the public, if there are some publications that criticize prosecutors, they need to be responded. Did you have any situations when you were criticized in the mass media and how you reacted? In my cases, I had a lot of bad publicity. In the most critical cases, because there are different situations. When the information was false, at first I was trying to contact the mass media outlet, and I was asking them, I was offering them my comment. I told them, have a look at my point of view, and then you can make a decision about your materials. Sometimes they really agreed. They contacted. I'm giving my contacts to the mass media, to the representatives of the civil society, and when there are some conflict situations, some difficult situations, they can contact me through the press service. So we have a lot of situations when after the court hearings, we are leaving the courtroom and the journalist is approaching only the defense attorney, and the defense attorney is giving their own information, their false information. And I have to, you need to react to this. As they say, well, while the truth is moving slowly, but the falsehood is very quick. As you remember, there was a parliamentary newspaper. Did you react to the publication? I sent an official letter to the editor-in-chief of the newspaper Voice of Ukraine. I was explaining my position. I was asking the editor-in-chief to review the material. However, they formally disagreed that, well, they told me that they have their own editorial policy and that I should not be threatening them. I didn't use any official measures against this newspaper. I don't want to name, but I know that this article was paid for. At that time, this was a member of parliament who has ordered an article against me. But now he is not a member of parliament. He was visiting the prosecutor general and asking the prosecutor general to influence me in this case. Then he visited my own office and he was insisting that I change my line of behavior in the case. He was threatening me with dismissal. And I told him that, yes, you can do whatever you want, but I will not change the decision in this proceeding. Then I wrote a report to the prosecutor general. and the assistant of the prosecutor general was investigating this. So I reported that the pressure was exerted on me, and this person stopped approaching me, but then the article appeared in the mass media, in the newspaper. As for that situation, if necessary, I can provide complete explanations. No. Who was the assistant? So did you inform the counsel of the prosecutors? So the counsel, at that time, there was no counsel of the prosecutors. Well, the counsel was re-elected, was being re-elected at that time. So please, do you have any other questions? Please, Drago.
Very simple. What would you do, let's say, if in the course of investigation of case, your boss, your superior would ask you to do something which you would deem illegal? How would you deal with it?
If it would be illegal, I wouldn't do this in any case. I have had cases in my life when I was threatened by not my immediate superiors, but higher superiors. They threatened to take me to bring me to responsibility, but I never did anything illegal. If your superior tells you to do something and you understand that this is illegal, sometimes it is sufficient to explain. Just look, if we do this and this is illegal, and this would be the consequences and other consequences, and everything be overturned in court or by the other party. And then your leader says, yes, indeed, we shouldn't do this. Sometimes the situations happen because of the lack of knowledge, not because of some corruption. But if you give detailed explanations from A to Z according to the law, we don't always need to violate the law to show some results. I would never do something which I believe is illegal. Any other questions, please? Please, Nona.
Andrei Volodymyrovich, if I may ask you a following question. How would you manage interpersonal conflict in the office? How would you approach this situation? Thank you.
If we have interpersonal conflict between officers, it is always necessary to find the reasons of the conflict. Of course, maybe there would be a criminal proceeding in which they work together and they have different visions. In this case, I would hear the opinions of the both parties, and I would leave only one of those two prosecutors in the proceeding, in the case. I would do this not to protract the investigation, not to protract the proceeding, not to harm the proceeding. I judge people by their work, and if I become the head of the SAPO, I will tell the officers that first of all, they need to defend the interests of the state, or interests of their service and the society of the country. And after those results are achieved, then they can resolve their personal problems, interpersonal problems. Any other questions, please? Олена Юрівна, imagine the journalists are asking you some questions regarding the activities of the prosecutor's office. So what would you try to do if you have some inconvenient questions about the prosecutor general? Will you try to exonerate? If you do some, sorry, how do you understand the principle of confidentiality in your work? The principle of confidentiality is that the prosecutor should not tell or disclose information about their work to third parties. And the prosecutor and department leader or the leader has to have a certain number of people who know about certain questions. This principle has to be used in their work with the petitioning parties, with the complainants. We need to take all the measures not to disclose the sources, the whistleblowers, to avoid any pressure on them. All the prosecutors, they take an oath and they have clear instructions. They know that it is necessary to, so all the information about criminal proceedings, about their work, that all this information is classified. Who is approving the Code of Professional Ethics? The Prosecutor's Council. The Council, the Conference of the Prosecutors. Conference. Thank you. Any other questions? Evgeny, please. Thank you. A question to you. So for example, you have been appointed to an administrative position in the SAPO during hiring officers to relevant positions. What would be the most important qualities of your subordinates? First of all, this is not just an experience, but a positive experience, that a person should have bright examples how they were working, how they were moving on the career path. They shouldn't be jumping from one level to another. There shouldn't be cases when a person has worked for 5 to 10 years and they have nothing to tell about. So each officer needs to have some successful examples. Their professionalism, positive experience of work. I would try to understand their personal qualities. The most important is to be dedicated to the interests of the state, of the country, to put the interest of the country above their personal interests. Any other questions? No. Oh, dear colleagues. No questions? So we have 3 more minutes. If you would like to add anything. No, I don't want to add anything. I would like to ask the commission members. Today, in fact, you are electing the head and deputy head of the SAPO. we can't say that this candidate is better, this one is worse, but we have the points, the scores. I would like to ask the commission members to make an objective decision and select the person who would be a better head of the SAPO, and the other person would be a deputy. Maybe you shouldn't pay attention to the pressure which is being exerted on the commission. But you made an application asking to postpone the selection. Are we violating your rights? No. I would like very much for this selection competition to be over. At the same time, I would ask the Commission to make a decision on the evaluation and recommendations after the decision with the administrative court is finished. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Dear Commission members, I would like to go back. So we have completed the interviews with all the candidates. Клименко Катерина, Сергій Савицький, Олександр Клименко, and Andrei Volodymyrovich Senyuk. I would like to get back to the methodology and the criteria of evaluation of the practical tasks and interview results during the open competition to the positions in the SAPO. This is our attachment number 10 to the regulations. And the methodology, item 4.2.1, Commission members shall evaluate the correspondence to each of the indicators of the item 2.2.2 by putting one of the scores. 5, very high level of practical skills and abilities. 3, the level is higher than average. 1, the candidate demonstrates a minimal sufficient level of skills and qualities and needs further training and development. And 0, when a candidate demonstrates a low level or absence of practical skills and abilities with non-correspondence to some of the requirements or all of the requirements. I will not read out the formula for calculating the average score and general score and the results. I believe that we need to make a break right now for half an hour so that the commission members can make decisions to write down their scores. So you remember that we have approved. I'm sorry, Drago, let me finish. 2.2, correspondence to the criterion of professional competence is evaluated by the following indicators. I will not be reading all of them, all organizational qualities, leadership, knowledge of legislation, strategic thinking, understanding of missions and objectives, resource management, efficient communication, availability of organizational skills, analytical thinking, management of human resources. So we have attachments. If you need, I will send them once again into the chat. So please look into the chat, look into the email. We have tables to evaluate the candidates. Drago, please.
Yeah, I agree with everything what you've said. I will just say one more. Let's say if we have half an hour break, so in this half an hour we will give the scores, and I will just say that we also send the scores to you. So when after half an hour, when we get back, you will have all the scores on the email, and then we can go through them easily.
Look, it would be better, for example, you can send them to the email, but it's better to publicly announce the scores. We can draw a line, we can announce the scores, and we can use the formula to calculate the scores for the candidates. I think it would not be correct if we tell the commission members to put their scores. Do we need a break? Yes, we need a break to evaluate the candidates. If you want to send the scores to the email, of course, we are obliged to make to put the scores. It would be better to announce this during the meeting. Please, Drago, please.
Yeah, that's of course we will announce this during the meeting. This is how we did the last time. We send in the scores, and when we start the meeting again, we announce them publicly too. So you will have them in paper, and you will listen to the scores. So no mistakes can happen. So we do both.
Yes.
Okay,
so
thank you.
In 30 minutes, we would be waiting for you with your scores, your conclusions. According to the regulation, we can discuss the scores, discuss the evaluation. If you want, if you have time, we can have conclusive meetings to discuss the interviews. Before we leave to the break, I would like to read a letter. I sent a letter to the Office of the Prosecutor General, and I have received the response. Office of the Prosecutor General has reviewed your petition to assist the Commission for filling the administrative positions of the SAPO to pay the court fees in order to file appellate claims. So, as we understand, this issue arose because some of the participants are applying to courts. As you mentioned, the Commission is not a legal entity. The law of Ukraine does not provide for financing its activities, which makes it impossible to appeal against the court decision because it cannot pay the court fees. The Office of the Prosecutor General shares the concerns of the Commission because you're not able to pay the court fees. At the same time, in order to be able to appeal against court rulings, we can say that according to the Constitution of Ukraine, institutions of the state authorities have to act only according to their authorities provided by the constitutions and the law. According to the Constitution of Ukraine, the prosecutor's office represents the state in court according to the procedure provided by the law. Office of the prosecutor's office is representing the state according to the law. According to the regulations on the court fees, the Prosecutor General's office pays the court fees alongside in the same ways as other participants of court hearings. At the same time, Prosecutor General's office can pay court fees only in those cases in which it is a part, or in cases initiated by the PGO. So the laws do not authorize PGO to finance the operation of the Commission. Because of this, the Prosecutor General's office is not able to pay court fees for the Commission because it is not allowed by the law. Also, if the Prosecutor General's office is paying court fees instead of the Commission, this would be the illegal spending of funds. And because of the importance of this question, later the Prosecutor General's office can be accused of interference in the work of the Commission. Also, if PGO pays a court fee instead of the Commission, this would be critically perceived by the court. So please please try to involve the financial support according to the Commission regulations. And this financial support may be provided by the projects of technical assistance, international technical assistance. The Prosecutor's the PGO will always assist the Commission in the organizational issues within its authorities, which are determined by the law. This was a letter from the Prosecutor General Irina Venediktova. So this was a letter from the Prosecutor General's office to the Commission. So we are preparing a letter to the projects of international assistance. We will be asking those projects to allow us to pay the court fees. Otherwise, we would have problems in appealing against court decisions. If you don't have any comments, this was just for the information for the Commission members. If you don't have any comments, we can have a break for 30 minutes. So at 4:20, we return. Dear colleagues, we are on the live stream. Please return to the meeting. Are you ready, dear colleagues? Mr. Novrotsky. Item 4.2.2 of the methodology, general evaluation of the organizational qualities and skills is scored by each Commission member for each indicator according to the methodology, according to the formula, where the general evaluation, so we provide general evaluation according to the formula that you have in the methodology. I suggest to proceed to announcing the scores of the candidates. We have prepared a table. You have all received the table according to the interviews. Please pay attention that we have different tables for the results. Please announce your scores. Who would like to be the first? Maybe we should go by alphabetical order. Drago, are you ready? Are you ready? Klemenko Katerina, for analytical thinking.
I thought we will go alphabetical order, as you said. Well, I can do it, but let's say afterwards you follow the alphabetical order so everybody can get ready. So, Katerina Klemenko, analytical thinking 5, human resources 3, professional ethics 5, cooperation with other institutions 3, communication 3, altogether 19.
Just a second, Drago.
Okay.
Next, Savitsky.
Savitsky, Sergei Mikhailovich Savitsky, analytical thinking 3, human resources 5, professional ethics 3, institutions 3, communication 3, altogether 17.
Клименко Олександр.
5, 3, 3, 5, 3, altogether 19. That was Klimenko Alexander. 5, 3, 3, 5, 3. Wait. I can hear very well.
I'm sorry, I had some issues, technical issues. Could you please repeat?
Okay, coming right away. So Klimenko Alexander, 5, 3, 3, 5, 3, altogether 19.
Drago, can I go back for the protocol? So strategical analytical thinking 5, leadership qualities 3, human resource management 3, fundamental principle of ethics 5, efficient communication 3, right?
Correct.
Then Senyuk.
Senyuk, strategic and analytical thinking 3, leadership 3, human resources 3, professional ethics 5, communication 5, altogether 19.
Thank you, Drago. Then Olena Yurівна. Клименко Катерина, analytical thinking 5, then 3, ethics 5, cooperation 3, communication 5, a total 21. Alexander Klimenko 0. Please don't be so quick. Savitsky Sergei, analytical thinking 1, management 1, understanding 3, cooperation 3, communication 3, total 11. Senyuk Andrei, strategic analytical thinking 5, leadership 5, management 5, understanding ethics 5, communication 5, total 25. Klimenko Alexander 0, 1, management 0, ethics 0, communication 1, total 2. So we have decided to use alphabetical order. So dear colleagues, as for our candidates, my scores are Katerina Klimenko, analytical thinking 1, human resource management 3, ethics principles 5, cooperation 1, communication 3, total 13. Savitsky Sergei, analytical thinking 3, human resource management 1, understanding ethics 5, cooperation 1, communication 3, total 13. Сенюк Андрій Володимирович, strategic analytical thinking 5, leadership 5, human resource management 5, understanding principles of ethics 5, communication total 25, and efficient communication 5. Klemenko, I was not able to ask all the questions. I wasn't able to hear all the answers. So, judging by what I've heard, I have the following scores. Thinking 0, leadership 0. Klemenko Alexander. I will comment on that. Leadership 0, human resource management 0, principles of ethics 0, efficient communication 1. The only thing that I've heard during the interview, I've heard about the communications that this person in general, in my opinion, it's not clear where he is going to lead the anti-corruption institution. We cannot we cannot follow his vision of creation a separate institution. This is contrary to my vision, and I believe that Mr. Klemenko was a great candidate, would be a great head of the fifth department. He could improve the work, but he would not be able to be the leader of the SAPO, and nothing would change in our country. So this is why I gave the following scores, judging by the answers. And unfortunately, our colleagues did not give me the opportunity to ask all the questions that I wanted, maybe improve my opinion. Please. I can, Olena Busol, I can also comment. Well, Katerina Koval, maybe it's better to put the scores first, as long as we have quorum. So now I will try. Klemenko Katerina. So the reporting table regarding the professional competences. Klemenko Katerina, analytical thinking 5, human resources 5, ethics 5, cooperation 5, communication 5, total 25. Savitsky Sergei, analytical thinking 1, human resources 3, understanding ethics 3, cooperation 1, communication 3. Senyuk Andrei, strategic and analytical thinking 5, leadership 5, human resources 3, understanding principles of ethics 5, communication 5, total 23. Klemenko Alexander Vasilyevich, thinking 5, leadership 5, human resources 3, understanding ethics 5, communication 3, total 21. Mr. Roman Koibida, Klemenko Katerina, 5, analytical thinking, human resource 3, principles of ethics 3, cooperation 5, communication 1, total 17. Sergei Savitsky, analytical thinking 1, human resources 3, principles of ethics 3, cooperation 3, communication 3, total 13. Senyuk Andrei, strategic analytical thinking 5, leadership 1, human resource management 3, fundamentals of ethics 3, communication 3, total 15. Klemenko Alexander, strategic thinking 3, leadership 5, human resource management 5, understanding principles of ethics 5, communication 3, total 21. Романюк. Клименко Катерина, please. Клименко Катерина, analytical thinking 3, human resource management 5, understanding fundamental principles of ethics 5, cooperation with other institutions 5, communication 3, total 21. Savitsky, analytical thinking 1, human resource management 3, understanding ethics 3, cooperation 1, communication 4, total 12. Sorry, 3. I'm sorry, I put 4, 3. So 11 is total. Klemenko Alexander, strategic analytical thinking 1, leadership 3, human resource management 3, understanding fundamental principles of ethics 1, efficient communication 3, total 11. Senyuk, strategic analytical thinking 5, leadership, I can't put 4, so I'm putting 5. Human resource management 3, understanding fundamental principles of ethics 5, efficient communication 5, total 23. Вячеслав Навроцький. Mr. Navrotsky, we can't hear you. Please speak into the microphone and unmute. I'm sorry, because I can hear you. And now you can hear me. I can hear you very well. But the room cannot hear. The room cannot hear Mr. Navrotsky.
You can hear him, don't you?
No, the room cannot hear.
You can hear him.
I can hear you. Now it's all right. Yes. Good. Котленко Катерина, analytical thinking 3, human resource management 1, understanding fundamental principles of ethics 5, cooperation 3, communication 3, total 15. Then Savitsky Sergei, analytical thinking 5, human resource management 5, understanding principles of ethics 5, cooperation 3, communication 3, total 21. Klemenko Alexander, strategic analytical thinking 5, leadership 3, human resource management 5, understanding fundamental principles of professional ethics 5, communication 3, total 21. Andrei Senyuk, strategic analytical thinking 5, leadership 5, Human resource management, 3. Understanding fundamental principles of ethics, 5. Communication, 5. Total, 23. Thank you. Now, Mr. Sobol, please. Клименко Катерина, analytical thinking, 3. Human resource management, 3. Understanding fundamental principles of professional ethics, 3. Cooperation, 3. Communication, 3. Total, 15. Савицький Сергій, analytical thinking, 3. Human resource management, 3. Understanding principles of professional ethics, 3. Cooperation, 3. Efficient communication, 3. Total, 15. Сенюк Андрій Володимирович, strategic analytical thinking, 5. Leadership, 5. Human resource management, 3. Understanding fundamental principles of professional ethics, 3. Efficient communication, 3. Total, 19. Клименко Олександр, strategic analytical thinking, 3. Leadership, 3. Human resource management, 3. Understanding fundamental principles, 3. Efficient communication, 3. Total, 15. Now, Nona or Thomas. Thomas, please.
Yes, thank you. Katerina, let's move my screen. Katerina Klimenko, analytical thinking, 3. Human resources, 3. Professional ethics, 5. Cooperation with other organs, 3. Effective communication, 3. I believe that the total then is 17, correct? Savitsky, Sergey, analytical thinking, 3. Human resources, 3. Professional ethics, 5. Cooperation, 3. Effective communication, 3, for a total of 17. Sinyuk, analytical thinking, 3. Professional resources, 3. Human resources, 3. Professional ethics, 5. Cooperation, 3. Effective communication, 1. For a total of 15.
Thomas, please return to Mr. Senyuk because you used the template for the department head.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, Sinyuk, great. Strategic and analytical thinking, 3. Leadership, 3. Human resources, 3. Professional ethics, 5. Effective communication, 1, for a total of 15. Klimenko, strategic and analytical thinking, 5. leadership 3, human resources 3, professional ethics 5, communication 5. For a total of 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Nona.
So we start with Klemenko Katerina. So analytical thinking 3, human resources 3, professional ethics 3, interaction with other agencies 3, and effective communications 3. It's overall 15. Savitsky Sergei Nikolaevich, analytical thinking 1, human resources 3, professional ethics 3, interaction with other agencies 3, and effective communications 3, which gives us 13. I guess here I should also go through Sinyuk, analytical thinking 3, human resources 3, professional ethics 3, communications 3, and effective communications 3, 15.
Again, please pay attention that on the templates. Let us go back to the templates on the results. Regarding Mr. Senyuk, please have a look in the table.
Yeah.
We are evaluating strategic and analytical thinking, leadership, human resource management, understanding fundamental principles of ethics, and efficient communication. The first one, strategic thinking 3, leadership 3, then.
So are you asking about Savitsky?
Senyuk.
Yes, 3. Yes, 3.
Human resource management.
3.
Understanding fundamental principles of professional ethics.
3.
And efficient communication.
3. But just me, I'm sorry, I think there is a mistake in relation with Sinyuk, or I don't want to mess up here.
Please check the tables once again.
Okay.
There has to be leadership. If you have leadership, then it is correct. So please pay attention that the template for evaluation, there are different templates for department head and for the SAPO head. There are different criteria in different templates.
Yeah, okay.
Because
just
you
to make
have
sure,
mentioned different criteria. Please have a look once again for Klemenko and Senyuk.
I'm sorry, but I started with Katerina Klemenko, so that's why there is the confusion here. I did not mention yet Alexander Klemenko. I started with Katerina Klemenko. That's why I think there is the confusion here.
So have you checked the Mr. Senyuk?
Yes.
So do you have the correct template? Yes. So,
yes.
So once again.
For Senyuk, I have the final remark. It's 13 for the position of the head of the department, head of the SAPO. It's 13. But as a deputy head, I scored him twice. Maybe there is the mistake here.
Yes, you had 2 templates, but he withdrew his candidacy, so we are not evaluating him for the department head. We did not
Okay.
conduct an interview for the professional competence as a department head. We are evaluating him only for the SAPO head and SAPO deputy head. Please pay attention once again.
So for
Senyuk,
the deputy head, it's the same template or is the different one as a head?
there are different. So, I'm sorry. So we have different templates.
So just let me know which one you want me to read and I will read again, please.
The one which starts with strategic thinking.
Okay, okay. Okay, then it's okay. Strategic and analytical thinking. I'm now talking about Senyuk. It's 1. Leadership, 3. Human resources, 3. Professional ethics, 3. And communications, 3. It's 13. Klemenko Alexander. Alexander? Okay. Strategic and analytical thinking, 5. Leadership, 5. Human resources, 3. Professional ethics, 3. And communications, 3. It's 19.
Dear colleagues, do we need to repeat the scores, or shall we make a break to calculate the scores and we make a table?
Mhm.
Navrotsky, yes, probably we should do the calculations. Katerina Koval, we are announcing a break. We will put a table together and calculate all the scores. Romaniuk, well, one point can make a decision. Navrotsky, no, we have big gaps between candidates. Romaniuk, this is just for an example. We need to calculate everything carefully, not to make mistakes.
How long is the break?
So, are you ready to wait during a break, or shall we postpone the meeting?
No, we'll wait.
Some of the members suggest to postpone and approve the results on the next meeting.
No.
Navrotsky, I insist to finish today.
Yeah, we have to do it today.
I agree
Mhm.
today.
Yeah.
Katerina Koval, we will make a 15 minutes break.
Okay.
Please stop the live stream so we can.
Mr. Sobol, Mr. Navrotsky, are you with us? Yeah, I'm here, ready to work. You cannot be friends with Navrotsky because he sends the snow from Lviv to Kyiv. But how did you imagine the winter without snow? And it's for free, by the way. I understand today in Kyiv. That's because of him we have all the snow. So everyone can hear us well, right? Thank you. So we are broadcasting. We have the results. We prepared decision draft. It was sent to a chat. And according to the clause 27 of our regulations, according to the clause 27, the results is the total number of scores according to the methodology with giving the scores given to the candidates by the members, and the decisions will be announced in the meeting of the competition commission. And now I would like to announce the decision draft. I would like to ask you one more time to check your scores. On the 21st of December 2021, Commission on Competition for the Take Administrative Position, Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor Office, in the presence of its member, appointed by Verkhovna Rada Koval, Busel, Gudzel, Navrotsky, Romaniuk, Sobol, and the one defined by the Council of Prosecutors, Ukrenko, Bida, Kostot, Soria, Firestone, by voting, guided by the articles 15, 16, 19, 27 of the regulations, methodology and criteria of evaluation of practical tasks and results of the interview for the open competition for taking administrative positions in Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, approved by the decision of the Commission from 20th of January 2021, number 4, took the decision to approve the following result of the interview regarding correspondence of candidates to the criteria of professional competence. So the candidates who took part in the competition to take the vacant position of the head of the 5th department of the procedural management, Klemenko Katerina, Koval 25, Busol 21, Savitsky 11, Gudzel, Klemenko 13, Savitsky 13, Kos, Klemenko 19, Savitsky Sergei, Kubida 17, Savitsky 13, Navrotsky, Klemenko 15, Savitsky 21, Romaniuk, Klemenko 21, Savitsky 11, Sobol, Klemenko 15, Savitsky 15, Sotsoria, Klemenko 15, Savitsky 13, Firestone, Klemenko 17, Savitsky 17. So Klemenko Katerina 178, Savitsky Sergei 142. The candidates who took part in the competition for taking vacant positions of the head and deputy head of SAPO. Koval Klemenko Alexander 21, Senyuk 23, Busal Klemenko 2, Senyuk 25, Gudzel, Klemenko 1, Senyuk 25, Kos, Klemenko 19, Senyuk 19, Kubida, Klemenko 21, Senyuk 15, Navrotsky, Klemenko 21, Senyuk 23, Romaniuk, Klemenko 11, Senyuk 23, Sobol, Klemenko 15, Senyuk 19, Tsotsoria, Klemenko 19, Senyuk 13, Firestone, Klemenko 21, Senyuk 15. So the total score, Klemenko Alexander 151, Синюк Андрій 200. Total scores based on the result of passing by the candidate's interview regarding correspondence to the criteria of professional competence according to the clause 4.23 and 4.3 of the methodology and criteria of evaluation of practical tasks as a result of the interview. During the computations, the following scores are approved by the decision of the commission. Klemenko Katerina, 18, Savitsky, 5, Klemenko Alexander, 16, and Sinyuk, 20. And the item 2, to publish the decision at the official website of the General Prosecutor Office. Well, who is for this decision draft? Show of hands, please. Let's calculate one more time. Who is for this decision draft? Show of hands, please. Sobol doesn't vote? Sobol, are you for or against? I'm for. Sorry, colleagues. Decision taken. Anonymously. Tutorial is already uploading. Okay, we approved the results. The next on the agenda is the definition of a winner, but I think, dear colleagues, we are working from 10 a.m. without lunch break. Maybe let's postpone this meeting. Yes, Drago.
Absolutely not. No postponement. We woke up at 2 in the morning. We are sitting the whole day, and all we have to do is we need 10 minutes to do it. So we don't need any break. We don't need any postponement. Let us just work until the end.
Drago, we are really tired. I don't know what about you, but we are sitting here from 10 a.m.
Well, I'm sitting here also from 10 a.m., but and I'm also hungry and I'm also tired, but we have to bring this to an end. It is not only Ukraine expecting this from us, the whole world is watching at you, how we will deal with this, well, at us, how we will deal with this issue, and we have to bring it to an end today.
Yes, I would just add, I've been sitting here since 2 a.m. my time, and I didn't sleep because I was hoping that we would finish today. So I would really urge the commission. I know that Ukraine is waiting for this. As Drago said, the international community is waiting for this. We're so close to finishing. I think we should finish today.
Any suggestions, colleagues? What suggestions do you have? I'm tired. I think that we can postpone it to the day after tomorrow to get together and to prepare decision draft. Let's finish quickly. Let's just finish quickly. That's it. Any other suggestions? I have one suggestion, Navrotsky says. Yes, Nona.
I totally understand that we are tired. We are all tired, but I think that we should finalize this today. It's important because any postponement may mean something unpredictable. So we are all here today. We have a quorum, and another 10 or 15 minutes or even half an hour I think we can all bear this another half an hour. So just let's do it. Let's finalize it.
No, now let's think properly when we need to define the winner of the competition. Before decision will be valid or after? Well, now our regulation is still valid, so we can be guided by it. You know, I'm afraid that when the ruling will be valid, something can happen. That's why we need to think from legal point of view. When can we take this decision? From legal point of view and common sense, we need to take the decision here and now. If we will postpone it till tomorrow. It means that we will lose it all. Why lose? Because if we are going to expect for the ruling, because the ruling of the instance of appeal can take a lot of time. Vyacheslav, did you read the text of the ruling? I didn't get acquainted with it. I do not want us to be in doubt just because of the decision we can take today. As of today, there is no valid ruling. When there is a ruling, well, we will take corresponding decisions. I think that we need to take a pause to think. What to think about? To think about the legal component of the process. What to do? What do you mean by legal component? There is a commission. There are the results. Not even half a step left. Just one arithmetic action is needed to complete it all. That's it. We need to cancel ruling of the Kyiv District Court, and only after that to define the winner. That's my position. No. The existing decision is not valid. But when it becomes valid? And if tomorrow something happened to us? And if someone will break the leg? Well, what can happen tomorrow? Let's do what we can. Yes, Drago.
Well, I cannot say it better than Mr. Narodsky said it. The decision of the court has not entered into force yet. So legally, there is no decision of the court yet. I don't know where you have learned your law, but we don't have a decision of the court. We cannot wait for court decision now for another 6 months, and another 7 months. That means the sub will not have the head. Those are two parallel procedures which don't have anything in common. We do our job, and then it's up to the court to do its job. If the court will decide to uphold the decision of the Kyiv Administrative Court, let's say, then, of course, everything will start all over again, but we have to bring this to an end. Let me tell you, Madam Koval, you're taking a lot of burden on your shoulders right now. We are sitting here the whole day. All commission members, we did the best we could, and now you, as a chair, you're trying to postpone the decision which can and should take place now. Not in 1 month, not in 3 months, but now. If the court will abolish our decision, fine, but this will be a decision of the court. This will not be our decision. We simply cannot sit here and wait that this will happen whenever the court will have time.
Drago, I'm proposing to postpone just to the day after tomorrow, the announcement, because everyone is exhausted. And we need to prepare decision draft. Let's sit here till the morning to announce the decision, because now we need to make a rating to prepare decision draft.
Madam Chair, you have prepared the decision on voting in 5 minutes. Why would you need 12 hours or sit here until the morning to prepare the decision of the winner? Everything is clear. You just don't want to declare the winner. I don't know why, but you don't want to declare the winner. And maybe it would be good that you would explain to the public, why don't you want to do it? We are online, so everybody can listen to you. So please explain it. Why don't you want to declare the winner? Because you can produce the resolution in 5 minutes.
Well, not 5. Okay, let's have a break.
You have to put it on vote. If you want to have a break, you have to put it on vote. And explain why do you need a break.
Dear colleagues, I'm raising my hand for a long time and the vote is not given to me. We are really sorry, Evgen. Yes. Madam Chairperson doesn't block the process. She's working from 10 a.m. and she and secretary are making the drafts of our decisions not to make any kind of mistakes. We, as members of the commission, we raised our hands. We are sitting here just raising our hands and not to make any mistakes in the calculations. To be absolutely sure, that's not about the ruling, I guess. To wait or not to wait. Just the chairperson wants to be transparent in every score, and I personally declare that I can take part in the day after tomorrow, and I will define the winner. Thank you. Yes, Drago.
Yes, you know, I know that our secretariat is a very good one. So would you mind asking the secretariat how much time do they need to prepare a decision? I'm sure that they have it already because everything is so clear. So can you just ask the secretariat right now, please?
To ask secretary of the working group or of the commission?
Yes, the ones who are preparing the papers for us.
At the moment, there is no decision draft about rating definition.
Madam Chair, would you please ask the secretariat?
Did you make it? Yes, we did.
Okay, so we have a decision, so we can simply adopt it. And we don't need 5 minutes for that.
Let's check it. Let's make a break to check everything. We check the rating.
How much time?
15 minutes. My cat is waiting for me at home, hungry. Dear members of the Competition Commission, dear participants, dear members of the working group, we took a decision, approved the decision number 92. We approved the general score-based results of the stage correspondence to professional competence. Now we had a break because we found out what to do with our articles 27, 28, definition of the winner of the competition, the procedure after we finish interview, after we have rating. Procedure on the result of general rating of the candidate that will be announced on the decision of the commission. Also, we found out that the winner during 3 days after we find out he corresponds to the requirements according to the laws of Ukraine on state secret, on power purification and corruption prevention, will be given to be considered by the general prosecutor, and the positions of the deputy head and the head of the fifth department will be given to the new head of SAPO according to the same laws. If the competition commission gets the confirmation that the head of SAPO is appointed, other candidates will be given during 3 days. And the candidates of the parts 4 and 5, Article 39, will be given to the head of SAPO after he is appointed by general prosecutor. About selecting candidates, the data about candidates will be signed by the head and given to the staff department. We just called staff department to find out the procedure on checking their correspondence to the laws of power purification, state secret, corruption prevention. Also, we checked their certificate about the access to state secret. We found out one more time that special verification was done. You know, we were blamed that the competition is so long, but that's because we made special verification. And if the candidate doesn't correspond to these laws and cannot get access to state secret, according to the law of Ukraine on state secret, informs competition commission about it to approve the decision about the new candidate. And the results of different stage can be saved during 1 year for another administrative positions. We prepared decision draft on defining the rating. According to the results, we are voting for the decision draft. First, we take this decision. After that, we submit the head to be appointed by the head of General Prosecutor Office, and after that, the head of SAP appoints the deputy head and the head of the department. One more time, not to break the procedure, I would like to tell you that all of us are responsible for sticking to the procedure, and we are not going to have problems with the appointment of the head not to lose this year. So, decision draft for voting. Number 93, 21st of December 2021, Competition Commission, in the presence of Verkhovna Rada members and Council of Prosecutors members, by voting based on the articles of the regulations of the Competition Commission, approved by the decision of the Commission of 21st of December, approved the following results of the interview stage for taking the position: head deputy head Klemenko Alexander 246, Senyuk Alexander 221. Second, to approve the next results of the final stage for the head of the fifth department. Savitsky Sergei 240, Katerina 200, Klemenko Katerina 229. So the general rating is the following. Klemenko Alexander first, Senyuk second. To approve the following general rating of candidates to get vacant positions, the head of the 5th department. Savitsky, first place, Klemenko Katerina, second place. 5th, to approve the candidate of Klemenko Alexander to the vacant position of the deputy head of SAPO. 6th, to approve the candidate of Senyuk Andriy to the vacant position. It's again deputy head of SAPO. 7, to approve the candidate of Savitsky Sergei to the vacant position of the head of 5th department. To publish the decision on the website of GPO. Show of hands, please.
Yeah, I just want to be sure because I'm not sure I heard it right. For which position you mentioned Klemenko Alexander?
Deputy head.
No, not deputy head.
No, someone said there was a comment.
Yeah.
Deputy head. Deputy head of general prosecutors, the head of SAPO.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks.
What does it mean? Can you explain what does it mean?
Decision is not taken.
Yeah, okay, but why? Can the colleagues which have not voted for decision, which was calculated very mathematically, did not support the decision? And would you please call the names of those who have not supported the decision? One by one, please.
Romaniuk, Koval, Gujal, Busal, Sobol.
Basically, those are the colleagues which have been appointed by Verkhovna Rada. Okay.
Why could one of the people who did not vote for it explain why? We've provided all the scores. We've got a straightforward mathematical formula for determining the winner. Is there something wrong in the process that prevents us from adopting this decision? And if so, why wasn't that identified previously?
Thomas, I'm offering to postpone the meeting to the Wednesday and to define with GPO the procedures that should happen according to the Article 28. It's all special verification, access to state secrets, to find out how Mr. Klemenko shall be fired from his previous position, as in our position there are processes that foresee some terms, 2 days, 3 days, so on and so forth. And you know my point of view, I want to find out all the procedures before doing that. And if today we don't appoint it, let's have a meeting on Wednesday to approve the decision start the submittal.
Ms. Koval, you know exactly as well as we know that if we postpone the meeting, some of the colleagues from Rada will get sick for the next meeting. Maybe one of the people, or maybe even more, will get lost on the way to the offices. So we will not have a quorum. We know you know that, and we know that. So I'm absolutely sure that we will not have a quorum whenever we will have the next meeting. So I guess, I think we who have voted for the decision, we deserve to hear the explanation of, and not only us, everybody in the public deserves to hear the explanation of other colleagues who have not voted for a decision, which is very clearly mathematically calculated on the basis of the criteria we have. So please give them the floor and to give us the explanation.
Katerina Koval, if anyone wants to comment on your voting, please. I never, so I have expressed my opinion. So dear colleagues, please hear me. I don't want to cast any doubts on the results. We need to prepare a submission. We need to coordinate it with the Human Resource Department about the procedures and processes, special background check, and access to the state secret. This is my personal opinion. We are very tired for today, and we need to have a balanced approach to prepare all the materials. Well, we have this on the agenda. Katerina Koval, we are not closing the meeting. Meeting number 12 of the Commission can continue. We have resolved some questions with the Human Resource Department on how we have to provide the materials, how the checks are held. So what if they don't give access to the state secret? But they don't depend on our decision, on our resolution. And we have also discussed this during the break. Let us approve, Elena Busol, let us approve the ratings, the scores. Katerina Koval, we have already approved the scores. Because we need to be very responsible. We have the scores, we have the winner, we are congratulating the winner, Kolemenko Alexander, Mr. Senyuk Andrei, Mr. Sergei Savitsky. We also congratulate Katerina Volodymyryvna with her participation. She demonstrated a very powerful work. We are congratulating the winners, but I would like to emphasize that according to Article 28, we need to coordinate this with the Prosecutor General's office, with the Human Resource Department before we make a presentation, a submission. But our resolution does not depend on the following procedures. The following procedures do not depend on our resolution that we vote for. Thomas, please.
Yes, thank you again. So just that I understand correctly, it sounds like from what you just said, the Commission has now confirmed that Mr. Klimenko won the competition. It has also confirmed the scores for the other candidates. So that is now done. We know who the winner of the process is. It is Mr. Klimenko. There are technical issues that remain to be resolved relating to access to state secrets and transfer. But as I understand it, the Commission has today decided that Mr. Klimenko, Alexander Klimenko, has won the competition. Is that correct?
No, because we did not got the quorum.
We have approved the results, and it is clear that according to this decision, Mr. Klimenko is the winner of the competition. Technically, we have not approved the final results because we need to coordinate some technical issues with the Human Resource Department regarding making a submission within the time frame, regarding the checks on the cleansing of the authorities, access to state secret. So, according to our regulation of work, rules of procedure, we make a submission to the Prosecutor General then the prosecutor general appoints the head of the SAPO, then we will have the checks, and then the SAPO head will appoint his deputy and also the head of the fifth department. And we have 3 days to make a submission. Please, Drago.
Madam Chair, I think you don't speak the truth. You're using so many words to hide what has just happened. You're trying to hide that we did not vote for the general classification, according to which Alexander Klemenko would be the winner, Sinek would be the second one, and Mr. Savitsky would be the winner, Ms. Klemenko would be the second one, because we did not vote for it. So you did not tell the truth to Thomas. We don't have the list yet because we did not approve it. And let me say something else. What you are doing is it's very simple. It is called misuse of position of the chair. I don't blame you for how the others were voting. For those, I would just say that serving political masters does not mean that you are serving your country. But we have to be very clear. We don't have a decision because 5 representatives of Verkhovna Rada did not support the decision, which was calculated through a very simple mathematical formula. And here we are now. After 1 year and a half, we have the results. And you do not support the results because you don't like the results.
I like the results. What is the problem? I like the results.
The problem is
what are the decisions we can make?
No, the problem is you did not vote for the results. So you don't tell me that you like the results because you're equally good in mathematics as I am, or maybe even better. But you did not vote for results as 4 other members of Rada did not vote for results. So we don't have a decision who is the winner. And I'm sure if we postpone it, we will never have it because we will never have a quorum again.
If there is agreement on who the winner is, as Ms. Koval seems to be saying, can we just have a vote confirming who the winner is then? So there's no ambiguity.
Please, Thomas.
No, I just said what I was going to say. If there is agreement on who the winner is, as you just said, can we just have a vote from the commission confirming the results? So it is official that the commission has confirmed the results of the scoring, understanding that there are other technical details that have to be worked out. But it would be good to come out of this meeting with a clear and unambiguous decision of the commission as to the results of the scoring, which I understand we have agreement on because you just said that.
I put this issue on vote, and I explained why I did not support it. So please make your suggestions. Mr. Navrodsky, let us vote that 230 plus 16 is 246, and so on and so forth.
I support that proposal.
Me too. I think that the commission has special mission to choose the people for the certain positions. But how the prosecutor's office internally will reorganize its work after certain people will be moved from those positions has nothing to do with the commission. Why we are entering into this area? So what's the purpose of that if not postponement of the decision? So that's why we need clear answer today to say that the winner of the competition is Mr. Klemenko. That's all. And then rest of the issues can be dealt in a very administrative manner. And I also wonder why those administrative matters are raised only today at the end of the meeting, while you had all the week or the more to prepare for this session. So those are the questions that lead me to conclude that we are just trying to find the reason not to announce the winner of the competition. So I'm sorry, but we need to end this speculation. And the only way to do it, just to announce the winner. That's all.
Thomas?
Yes.
Thomas, please.
Yes, I support Mr. Navratsky's proposal. Mathematics is mathematics. There's no ambiguity around that. There's no interpretation of rules. Let's just vote on the mathematical results of the competition so we have no ambiguity and it's absolutely clear that the commission, who the commission has chosen.
Thomas, please make your suggestion. Shall we vote again?
I think we should vote to affirm the mathematical results of the competition, the scores, and just confirm that those are the accurate scores that the commission has decided on, and that as a result, Mr. Klemenko has won and Mr. Savitsky has received whatever position. That's my proposal.
Shall we vote one by one? Vyacheslav Alexandrovich, you need to suggest a wording, suggest the text of the resolution. Well, we can't say that this is a mathematical solution. Mr. Navratsky, please turn on the microphone. I'm sorry. Who is in favor that 230 plus 16 makes 246? And this is the result of Alexander Klemenko. Secondly, 209 plus 20 makes 229 as a result of Senyuk Andrei. 225 plus 15 makes 240. This is the result of Mr. Savitsky. Katerina Koval, let us vote. Thank you. Not approved. Navratsky, I'm sorry. Those people who don't vote, they conflict the common sense. Kuibida, let us vote and go home.
So, does this mean that the members who didn't vote for that?
Koval, let us prepare the draft resolutions. Let us coordinate with the Office of the Prosecutor General. We need to exchange communications, exchange letters, information so that we wouldn't have any observations later, so that we wouldn't cast doubt on our decision. Nona, in fact, you say that we have not prepared. Believe, we have done a lot of work to conduct today's meeting. We have also been preparing draft resolutions. In fact, only because we didn't have communications with the Human Resource Department, I think that we need a break to find everything out. We will make a decision. We will make a submission within the timeframes which are provided in our regulations. But we had a discussion right now with the Human Resource Department, and it is not connected with this resolution. This resolution is a separate thing, and following operations with the Human Resource Department is another thing. All those questions have been resolved. Katerina Koval, today I'm writing a letter. Tomorrow I visit the Human Resource Department and I will get clear instructions on the procedures. Human Resource Department said that they are not responsible for checking access to the state secret. SBU is responsible for that. If this person does not get access to the state secret, for example, Mr. Hindus, deputy of the Prosecutor General, was not allowed to the state secret. Koibida, what happens next if in this? So do you want our competition just to announce the winner, or do you want to have a good result which would not be invalidated? Koibida, SBU will not give you an answer within 3 days. Gujal, but what will you get if a person cannot be appointed later? Katerina Koval, this is my opinion. I have explained why I need to coordinate with the Human Resource Department and vote later, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So who will take the responsibility today that we have used correct procedures to send a submission? Drago, please.
Yeah. First of all, it's absolutely obvious that you are absolutely unprepared to declare the winner today, because I think the public deserves to know that in the break where the public was not present, we are discussing the rules of procedure, and it was obvious that you are reading them for the first time. So you were not ready to declare the winner today. Second, during the break, and now we clarified all the things with our secretariat, and the things which you have mentioned now, state secrets and so on, this is not what we have to do. This is, again, your attempt to mislead the public and us. We just have to declare the winner and submit the name to the Prosecutor General's office, and they will do the rest. And let me tell you something else. At the beginning of this meeting, we have adopted an agenda for today. So, to stop the meeting, you also need to vote to stop the meeting or postpone it. And I don't see that you have a quorum or the majority which would enable you to do that. So I'm very afraid we'll have to continue discussing why some members of the committee do not want to say, I will not say support, to recognize that 230 plus 16 is 246. There can be only one reason for that. We all know it. We just pretend that we do not see the elephant in the room. You don't like the results of today's competition. That's why you are not supporting it. I feel very sorry for you. I feel very sorry for you because I know under which pressure you are, but maybe it will be that you will start thinking with your own ratio.
Romaniuk, how can we elect a person if they don't have access to the state secret? I don't know.
They have access. Mr. Klemenko has access to the state secret. This is the part which Ms. Koval didn't tell you. He has access to the state secret.
Then there is an opinion that we need to conduct new checks. Thomas, please. Please unmute. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, I would propose that we have a vote on the following resolution. 230 plus 16 does not equal 246. How many members of the commission will vote for that? If that proposition is not supported, then it means the 230 plus 16 does equal 246, and Mr. Nawrocki's resolution should have been voted in favor.
Let me say one more thing. We are being now observed by Ukraine, by some internationalists too. So the colleagues which did not vote for this simple mathematical operation, I hope you do understand in which light you're appearing right now. What people will think about you. You will say, well, we don't care about people. We care about those who told us not to appoint the winner today. But you see, this will not last long. One day, everybody will ask you, what were you doing in that selection procedure? For 1.5 years, we are torturing ourselves. We're fighting every day to select the best possible candidate. And when we have a candidate which, according to all criteria, is the best one, you don't want to recognize that. I don't see any reason, I don't see any, let's say, possible reason for that, except one, which I mentioned already. So maybe you should say it. It would be easier for all of us.
Drago, please tell us from the beginning of the competition regarding the interviews on the integrity criterion regarding Mr. Alexander Klemenko and Andriy Senyuk. So, did other commission members vote for them than today? So we are accused of exaggerating the scores. We have conducted written tasks. As for Mr. Klemenko, Senyuk, and Savitsky, the same commission members were voting to reach this result. You have the results not of the members from the Council of the Prosecutors, but you have the results from all the commission members who were doing a good job. We were evaluating people, and we have these results today. I'm not saying that somebody doesn't like somebody. Back 2 stages ago, it was clear who would be the winner. And we understood, and we understand the mathematics very good. We understood back then who would be the winner. And we understand that the court resolution that we have today is also a pressure against us. This means that we work well. They were not able to pressurize us. Then they decided to make a court decision. When you are blaming us, so can we change places? You will prepare a draft resolution. You will assume the responsibility so that the court resolution should be invalidated and that our decision would remain valid. If I tell you today that we don't have information from the Human Resource Department on the procedure of making a submission, on the conclusions and results and special checks, I would like you to work with me together and take responsibility with me. We have taken the responsibility from the first day, and our representatives supported the voting 5+2. That's why we have been working for so long. This is because of the quota 5+2. I have a great respect to you. I don't want who is pressurizing you. When the Council of the Prosecutors members did not give one vote during the integrity stage. Well, the security service of Ukraine is pressurizing. The security service has started proceeding regarding the pressure on us. There is a criminal proceeding about the pressure against us. I'm telling Bogdan Vasilyevich, let's not have a dispute. Let us follow the procedures. And suddenly we have this court resolution. We have done everything we could. We have announced the recusal. We have petitioned for the recusal of a judge. I want the audience to hear. We made a petition to change the procedure of the court hearing. I wanted to participate in the court hearing as a third person. I don't see any reason to invalidate our rules of procedure, but I wouldn't want our decisions to be cancelled because of some technicalities if we don't approve the procedure, how we transfer the resolution and how we appoint the winner. Let us not play in favor of our opponents and those people who are pressurizing us. From one meeting to another meeting, as a lawyer, I was trying not to cast doubts on our results. It was very difficult to work on the latest meeting when I was asking commission members to change their scores. Our scores will not be changed, and the decision will be approved. When it will be, believe me, whether it will be today, the day after tomorrow, or in another week, this is not so important. This is my answer. Please.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't know, but you see, I'm not from.
And everybody achieved their results. We supported them. We voted for them. when mass media write about Klemenko, who voted for Klemenko? Romaniuk, Koval, Busol, Gujal, as well as for Senyuk. We are supporting them. Look at the scores. We have given them the scores, and it's good that they have achieved those results.
Well, I said already, you're as good as mathematics as I am. So I would not put too much emphasis on the results which they received today, because you know already before today who will be the winner. But no, since you know who will be the winner, you're delaying. No, I'm not talking to you personally, to some members of the group. You're delaying the process. You see, we have a member of the commission who got lost, whose battery in the telephone ran out. We have some people who got sick immediately after unpopular decisions were made, but this is all behind us. We passed all that. And plus, the public deserves the answer on the court decision. The court decision, which Madam Koval is referring to, has not entered into force yet. It will not enter into force for the next 29 days, which means there is no court decision. And we can and we have to finish our work. And if the court will decide to abolish our work, fine, but this will be the court, not us. We cannot wait for that. One more thing. I'm not in Ukraine, but I know that Ukraine, the president himself, has pledged heavily to many important international actors that Ukraine will get the head of SAPO until the end of this year. This has been heavily conditioned. If you don't care what will happen to Ukraine because it doesn't get the head of SAPO, I do. I'm sure Nona does, Thomas does, Mr. Narodsky does. We all care about Ukraine. Last but not least, I would support the Thomas proposal to have a vote that 230 plus 16 is not 246. And I would ask you to put it formally for vote.
Please vote for the suggestion of Drago.
I support a vote on the proposition that 230 plus 16 does not equal 246. I think we should vote on that. My vote will be no, because 230 plus 16 does equal 246.
Which article of the regulations does not allow you to make a decision? The draft that you have offered. Well, I offered the draft, but we didn't gain enough votes. I suggest to vote once again to complete this part of work. It is a good professional draft. It has everything necessary.
I support Mr. Kubida's proposal.
Any other suggestions? Katerina Koval. Any suggestions to amend the text? Kubida, no, the same text. I'm putting on vote a draft resolution. Once again, the same draft. If I'm putting on vote a draft resolution, December 21st, 2021. The Commission for Holding Competition for Administrative Positions in the SAPO, with the presence of its members, appointed by Verkhovna Rada Koval, Busol, Gudjal, Navrotsky, Romaniuk, Sobol, appointed by the Prosecutor's Council, Thomas Firestone, Kos, Nona Tsutsoria, guided by the articles of the Rules of Procedure for conducting competition for administrative positions in the SAPO, approved by the Commission's meeting. Number 3 has approved the following results of the candidates for Deputy Prosecutor General, head of the SAPO, and his head, Klemenko, 246, Senyuk, 229. The following results, approve following result for the head of the 5th Department of the Procedural Guidance and Support of State Prosecution and Representation in Court. Savitsky Sergei, 240. Klemenko Katerina, 229. To approve the following total rating of the candidates for the Deputy Prosecutor General and SAPO head, Klemenko Alexander, first place, Senyuk, second place. Number 4, approve the total rating of the candidates for the head of the 5th Department of the SAPO. Savitsky Sergei, first place, Katerina Klemenko, second place. Number 5, to approve the candidate Klemenko Alexander to the position of the Deputy Prosecutor General and head of the SAPO. Approve the candidate of Mr. Senyuk to the vacancy of Deputy Head of the SAPO. Number 7, to approve the selected candidacy of Savitsky to the vacancy of the head of the 5th Department of the Procedural Guidance, Support of the State Prosecution and Representation in Court. 8, to announce the decision on the official website of the Office of the Prosecutor General. Please vote. In favor, Thomas Firestone, Drago Kos, Nona Tsotsoria, Navrotsky, and Roman Kuybida. Against, Romaniuk, Katerina Koval, Andriy Gudjal, and Olena Busol, and Yevgen Sobol. The resolution did not gain enough votes. Once again, I would like to remind you that today we had a petition from the candidate who asked us not to announce the rating, not to cast doubts on his appointment if the court resolution comes into force. Well, he supposed that this was just a remark from me. That we may have certain consequences. We have received the petition to our email. We will study it, but it hasn't been signed. Katerina Koval, I have not read it. I have only read the resolution. I think that this resolution is not legal, legitimate court decision, but there are no prerequisites to cancel our rules of procedure. And this shows once again, whatever the pressure, we can withstand it. Please, Drago, please.
Well, let me just remind you that we are talking about the same candidate who tried to undermine the assessment of the practical tasks. And we said then very clearly that we will not accept any other assessment or decision outside of the commission. So I don't understand now why his letter asking for the postponement is suddenly so important, because it is not. What is he gaining if he postponed the whole thing? He's not gaining anything because he lost today. He is gaining only in the case that the whole process will be abolished. So, and let us not work in that favor, please.
Kuybida, I would like to say, Drago, this candidate has not lost. He has gained another vacancy. During the meeting, we didn't have this statement during the interview, and there is no sense to respond to this letter. There is no sense to refer to this. Katerina Koval, this was just my comment. I'm not insisting on this. We have not reviewed his statement. Romaniuk, we can vote the third time. Please, Thomas.
Yes, since the previous resolution did not pass, can we have a simple resolution, a vote a simple vote on the following resolution. 230 plus 16 does not equal 246. Who supports that? Who does not support it? Can we have that vote?
Katarina Koval, please, we have a suggestion from Thomas. If we support, we can vote. I understand everybody is tired. You can't imagine how tired we are when we were preparing for this meeting. I'm the youngest. I'm not tired. Katarina Koval, today everybody is present on the meeting. We have done a good work. We have done the interviews, although we were accused that we wanted to disrupt the meeting. The meeting has taken place. We have results. We have ratings. We have the approved decisions. What about the agenda? Katarina Koval, we can postpone it to another day. We can have more and more votings. I'm not against this. Roman. Andrei Gujal. According to our regulations, you can make a decision to postpone the meeting or close the meeting. This is indicated in the regulations. You have the authority to postpone the meeting, and in my opinion, today we cannot do this. There is a number of circumstances that do not allow us to do this.
Can please, Mr. Gujal, name circumstances? Sorry, can Mr. Gujal please name circumstances which do not allow us to make a decision today? I would really like to know what are the reasons.
I was just trying to point your attention of the commission members that we need to abide by the regulations. We need to stick to the rules. We need to get the results, and we need to fill certain gaps. As of today, we really don't have. I'm sorry, Mr. Romaniuk is interrupting. Today, whether we like it or not, we have a decision of the Administrative District Court of Kiev. It has not yet come into force, but in my opinion, we cannot support it. I'm sorry, I can. We need to make a submission to the. We need to follow certain procedures. If the results are later invalidated, so the results of can be turned down to zero. All the so this will lead to irreparable damage in a criminal proceeding and run down to zero all the tasks of a criminal proceeding. You need to understand if the decisions are made by a person who is not authorized or breaking the procedures will be added to a criminal proceeding. I will not support a resolution until all the procedures are fulfilled, until we get all the necessary documents, all the necessary decisions. Right now, I'm not ready to approve such resolutions. I know, I understand that you want to finish it as quick as possible and say goodbye to everything, and you don't care about what will be happening in Ukraine. I can see it according to the results of all the voting for the entire period. You are not interested in professional prosecutors. I can see that you are biased in this process. Therefore, in my opinion, for sure, I will not be voting today in order to make favors to you or anyone else. This is my internal belief. And I'm really disappointed with the competition because we have had very professional people, super professional people who would improve the institution. as for these candidates that we have today, I'm not sure they will be able to make improvements. In my opinion, SAPO is not a place to study. I know you have another vision. You don't live here. Your children don't live here. You don't care what is happening here. For you, participation, I don't know about. For your participation, I have come here to determine the best professionals. And I don't see that they have strategic thinking. I don't see that they will be supporting the interests of the country or even the priority directions that they would be able to realize and ensure efficient fight against corruption. So this is my position. And I'm very sorry that you, as representatives of our international institutions who need to defend the rights, today you did not allow me to ask questions to the candidates in order to understand their directions of work and what they will be doing next. Not only me who wanted to hear answers, a lot of other people were waiting for the answers, those people who were waiting for the results for 18 months. Please, Thomas.
Yes, I understand all of Mr. Gujel's points about procedure and making sure the submission is proper. And of course, we've all had differences during the course of the last 15 months. That's natural. That's part of debate in a commission. But I still don't understand why we can't just take a vote today confirming the mathematical results of the competition that we all participated in, that we all voted in. Leaving aside the procedural issues, I still don't understand why we can't just confirm the simple mathematical results by a commission vote today.
Any other comments, colleagues? I'm planning not to close it, but to postpone it to the 23rd of December. Yes, Vyacheslav. I cannot on the December 23rd. I informed all the time that on Thursday I have classes. I cannot postpone them. Today I had the commission of the state exams. You know, I postponed a lot of things because of today, because I expecting the final decision today. You know, I'm offended and furious because of such approach. And you just saying about postponing to tomorrow. I made a mistake. We cannot make it tomorrow because we need to announce it. We need to give consultations from the office. That's my opinion. We need at least one day to ask GPO. For the first time, I'm the head of the competition commission. I do not know the procedure. I understand that we have consultations, we have telephone calls, so on and so forth. I want to send a letter and to receive the answer about the procedure, what processes should happen, and how much time needed for them. Yes, Drago.
Well, thank you for confirming that you were not ready to announce the winner today, because, you know, for 1 year and a half, you're extremely well prepared for the meetings, when there were the meetings, and you all know all the answers to all the questions, except today, which means you didn't expect that you will get the winner, which also says something. But let's say, in addition to what Mr. Norotsky said, I'm absolutely sure that whenever we will have the next meeting, if there'll be a next meeting at all, because I'm also not sure in that one, I'm sure that some of our colleagues sitting next to you will also be absent. So, and this is, I think, the point today. We are all here we can make decisions, we can continue fighting, but we can make decisions. Because in 2 days, we will not have a quorum.
Drago, colleagues who sit next to me could be absent today. I could, because I had some things to do. Today, Commission puts a lot of power of efforts to have the toner, please. I'm sitting here ill. I'm very sorry, but I'm sitting here ill. Yes, Nona.
If I may inquire, on one hand, you're suggesting to organize a meeting in 2 days' time. And on another hand, I think you are referring to court procedures, which will not end. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question. I just want to understand your rationale, Madam President, Madam Chairperson. So, on one hand, you are asking.
I have Christmas, but I can. What about Friday, colleagues? I can Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. I cannot Friday. I can Saturday. I can Friday. I can Thursday, but at night. Yes, Drago.
Well, Friday is Christmas here in the Catholic world. If you would impose on us that we have to work on Christmas, no problem. Once again, if you will impose on us that we have to work on the Christmas Eve, we will do it. But I'm sure that Mr. Gujal will not be there, Ms. Busso will not be there, Ms. Sobol will not be there. So what's the point of discussing this? Because we will not have a quorum. Because this is the idea of postponing this meeting, not to have a quorum again. I don't know, Madam Chair, about you. You are always there when we have a meeting, so that's fine. But I'm absolutely sure that we will not have a quorum. And we will even willing to sacrifice the whole Christmas.
Colleagues, we almost do not have quorum. Colleagues should leave. Okay, let's discuss in chat the next meeting. Yes, Nona.
If I understand you if I understand you correctly, you want to wait for the court decision, which will not be delivered until probably next year. But on another hand, you are organizing the meeting sometime this week. So how those two approaches are in compliance? So I don't see the logic. So what we should do in this week, if you are waiting for the court's decision. So what is the
I wanted to agree all the procedures with GPO, with staff department, the proposal of Mr. Gujal to postpone it until the ruling of the court. But I think we need to approve all the procedures with GPO and then vote for them. Not just to address the office with the request and when it should happen. As according to the law, the head is appointed first and it can be in 1 month. And after that, deputy head and the head of the fifth department will be appointed. I have a naive question. You know, all the time you were referring to the regulations. In which article of the regulation I can find the approval of the issues with GPO? Vyacheslav Alexandrovich, but we are not just appointing. We should do everything. We have a task force. We are appointing the deputy head of general prosecutor. We are not just appointing whoever it is, and we do not care what will happen with the process. I would like to remind my question, in which article of the regulation I can find the approval of the activities of the commission with GPO? In any of them. Thank you very much for your answer. The only one clause of the regulation that the candidate to be appointed, the candidate selected by the competition commission to the administrative position provided by the part 1, article 1, part 3 of the law on prosecution service will be given for consideration of general prosecutor. After approval, their correspondence to the law of Ukraine power purification, corruption prevention, and on access to state secret. I didn't get from the GPO information that would confirm the correspondence of the candidates to the laws on power purification, access to state power, and on corruption prevention. And it's regarding it's about all positions, and you're not going to get them because you didn't address GPO. I want to address the office. I want them to provide me response that they were verified, that they have all special verifications, and the access to state secret is valid. I want to get from GPO information that these candidates, if they seem to be winning the competition, fit all that. Also, I need to understand in what way Mr. Klivenko will be fired. It's not required by any law. But still, I want to know how to fire him, to transfer him, to appoint him, because Mr. Senyuk will be appointed in some time after Mr. Klimenko will be appointed. Only after all the checks and verifications. That's why in the break I told you about I need to get official information from GPO that all these laws, verifications were passed. Yes, Drago.
Are you trying to say that it will be you firing Mr. Klimenko from his current position?
If you want, you can do it instead of me. If we take a decision now, let's make the submittal today.
Madam Chair, the problem is nobody has to do it. As Mr. Narotsky told you, there's no provision in our rules which would require from us to do so. So don't invent things. You don't tell the truth again. We don't have to know how Mr. Klimenko will be fired, how he will be hired. This is not our problem. This is the problem for GPO. We did our job. We just have to submit the information to the GPO. And this is what Mr. Narotsky is telling. There is no provision in the rules which would require from us to get anything from the GPO. So you're inventing things and you're misusing your position again in attempt to cover what your colleagues have done.
Drago, please, clause 6, article 28. Please read it attentively. I know that you have it translated. But that's about situation after we take a decision. So decision taken doesn't depend on these clauses. We should vote for cat in the bag. Selected by the commission, this candidate will be given to consideration to general prosecutor during 3 working days after getting confirmation that he corresponds to the laws. And we do not have this confirmation. I want to be heard.
So
I'm sorry, what we were doing 1 year ago when we allowed people to take part in this competition? Well, probably there was some violation yesterday. And we can find all that in the regulations. I do not have official response from the office. Yesterday, I couldn't send him a letter because I do not have candidates. We have decision 92. It was confirmed just today, and we have first result. Yes, before submittal, I can address with the results now, with the decision 92. Olena will be back in 45 minutes. To refer to the General Prosecutor Office, I should have some decision. I address to the office. After that, they send me response. After that, I send them the decision and submittal. What is wrong is what I'm saying. Maybe I do not get something. Well, it can happen after we take the decision. It's not connected to each other at all.
It has to happen after, because the provision, I read it very carefully, it's saying the candidate selected for the administrative position, which means we have first to select them. Then we can do everything else. We have to first select them, which means we have to make a decision. Everything else happens afterwards.
Drago, could you please read 6th clause of the Article 28? That these candidates will be submitted after getting the response. Yes, please.
I'm reading it, and I will read it to you too. The candidate selected for the administrative positions provided for in paragraph 1 shall be submitted to the Prosecutor General within 3 days after receiving the confirmation. So we first have to select them, and then we can do the rest. We have first to select them, which means we have to approve the list, which you don't want to do.
And they will give us response that according to the correspondence to the laws, based on the decision 92. Well, another naive question I have. Based on what decision you will address to the General Prosecutor Office and name some surnames based on the Article 92? No, with which document you will go to GPO? Based on which you will be interested by their correspondence to these laws and not someone else? Well, probably we need to make the competition first to approve the winners, and after that to address GPO regarding the appointment. Vyacheslav, after receiving confirmation of their correspondence, no, they say candidate selected. First, we need to select them. Well, probably we are reading some other clauses. Yeah, it can happen.
No, this is Article 28/6. This is the 6th paragraph of Article 28. And how will you, once again, I will just repeat the question. How will you ask PGO to submit you anything if you will not tell them who's the winner for whom you are asking? You have to tell them who the winner is, then to be able to ask for information. There's no other way.
I will make a request for 4 candidates, for all of them.
Okay, why didn't you do it before?
This is the question I had for you, yes.
If you want to ask for all 4 of them, you could do that 3 months ago, because we had 4 candidates only. So you see, you're inventing reasons why not to do it again.
Nona, I asked office and the opinions were different. Are you happy with this response in GPO? The opinions were different on what to do. To make this correspondence to power purification or not? Well, we had a response from staff department just tonight. You were talking to her. I do not have official response. I'm saying you one more time, me as a chairperson, I would like to see the response in written, official response.
So
if you think it's necessary, let's do it after.
So I never thought that the function of the commission was much broader than selecting someone. So what I learned now today is that we even have to appoint someone to the position, which is absolutely beyond the functions of any commission who is empowered to select the candidates. The function of the commission is to select someone, but then all the procedures follow. And it might happen that the person cannot be finally appointed for one or another legal reason, but our mission is just to announce the winner. So I simply don't understand why we should care how Mr. Klimenko will be removed from his current position. Why it's our function? So why we do everything in order to postpone this?
Yeah, colleagues, we are here from 9:30 for 2 hours already. We are discussing the same issues.
The issue is simple. We need
there is
to
a proposal
vote
to make a break
and finish this. Yeah, but so you did all possible and impossible not to happen today. I'm sorry. I'm too direct.
I have no more time. I'm here for almost 10 hours and I'm just listening to the insults. I can be here just for 10 minutes and then I need
we
to
are all here, Mr.
leave the
Sobol.
meeting.
We are all here all 10 hours. I think you cannot...
At least I didn't offend anyone.
Sorry, but this is in the interest of Ukraine to finish this competition as soon as possible. And not to play games here. I'm sorry, but there is no other way I can express myself. It should be done, and it should be done on time. You know, you find all possible and impossible reasons to postpone this procedure. And this is absolutely unbearable to stay in this process. You know, Ukraine deserves more and its own people. I'm sorry, but it needs to be told.
Well, the risks were explained because 2 days won't solve anything, just 1 day and a half.
Mr. Sobor, what will change in 1 day and a half? What will be new in 1 day and a half?
For 2 hours, they're explaining you the same thing. Shall I explain it one more time?
Yes,
well,
please.
There is a record. You can listen to it.
Well, I will listen to.
Well, you have the record. You can listen to it.
I will listen to the part where you did not want to confirm that 230 plus 16 is 246.
Well, once again, we are just blaming each other. And now Yevgen will start telling who did what. And why is it lasting for so long? And just to eliminate all these things, let's have a break for 1 day, for 2 days to settle all these technical issues, to come back, and probably by that time some other decisions will appear. I cannot see any other way. There is no constructive conversation. There is no support of this process. Members of the commission who understand our internal legislation can defend the results. We also want to defend the head. Yes, Drago.
Yeah, I don't know who was speaking, but somebody said that something else might happen in this 1 day and a half. So you're again expecting something to happen, as you expected 2 weeks ago when Mr. Bujal got lost on the way back from his office, when you were expecting the court decision. See, this is the problem here. It is not only us. It is not only us sitting in this room.
I meant that we will get the response, the possibilities of the candidates, their access to state secrets, their correspondence to the law on power purification. If you have information, if you have decision draft, well, you can do it. I can have a look if you know all the procedure.
As far as I know, Mr. Klimenko has a license to get access. He has access to state secrets already. I don't know how the PGO will give any other answer, especially because you have to give them the name of the selected candidates. I underline selected candidate. This is what our rules are saying. So what will happen if the GPO will say, we can't give you anything because you did not select the candidate, which will happen? Who will then be responsible for it? Madam Kowal, you. This will be a bit tough, I would say. So why don't we read the rules as they are written? Why do we have to invent the meaning of the rules? We are all lawyers. Although the rules are originally in Ukrainian, we have English translation, so we know how to read them.
What we are inventing? That was us who were making this order, these regulations. We have the ruling that cancelled our regulations. We should do everything possible according to our regulations, not to have basis to cancel other provisions of the regulations. What we do wrong?
Well, we don't have the ruling yet who has cancelled our regulation because the ruling has not entered into force. Our rules are perfectly fine in place.
We have materials of special check. Well, it is. Maybe it's not enforced, but it is. Today we had a meeting. Today we had interviews notwithstanding this ruling. And we all were working. We have good results. And we should finish this competition in a fine manner also, with corresponding decisions, submittals, and congratulations to the candidates. We have 3 winners. Can I say, yes, please, dear members of the commission? You know, I always ask you again and again. I ask all of you, please do not offend each other. It's shame to see that the people who missed a lot of meetings offend me today. I was at the every meeting. And when representatives from the Council of Prosecutors voted against my will, I didn't make such debates as they did today. Well, you know, I'm not tired. I can sit here. Today I sacrificed my job. I came here. We voted for 2 times. What else? What next? Are we going to continue our debate? You know, we could have this debate at every meeting if we wanted, but we didn't do it. Let's be smart. Let's not offend each other. I treat all of you in the same way. And also, I was working with criminals for a long time. But the members of the commissions are not criminals. I treat everyone in an equal way. Let's finish this debate. We voted 2 times. Shall we vote for the 3rd time? I do not say was it correct or wrong, but it was the right to vote in such way. And when I'm being asked to give explanation, did I ask you to give explanations how you voted or didn't vote for someone? Let's just finish it. I love you all and I respect all of you. But we need to agree, it's not the first time. When some people vote and some people don't vote, it's their right. I love you all. Thank you, Bogdan. Yes, Thomas.
Yes, I want to just want to return to the simple issue of moving this forward in the spirit of mutual respect. I understand Ms. Kofel's concerns about procedures. Everyone's made these points about checking with the GPO about procedures. Is there a reason, again, I just come back to this, is there a reason why we cannot simply confirm the mathematical results of the competition today and then discuss whatever procedural issues need to be discussed separately? Why can't we just do that? That we confirm the results and then whatever needs to be done procedurally can be discussed separately at a separate meeting. I don't see why we can't do that.
Thomas, we voted for decision 92. By voting decision 93, this decision will have legal consequence, and tomorrow it will be appealed in the court. Not to have the reasons to cancel it. According to the Article 28, we will have preparatory day to vote to approve the decisions that will be legally binding. So there won't be any reasons. If some decisions will be taken by the court, after that, the decisions will be cancelled by the head, who will be the head of SAPO. Let's approve rating. We did it twice. We tried to do it twice. Rating, just rating.
Just the rating with nothing else. Let's just approve the rating.
Definition of winners later and rating now. But you insisted on taking the decision, right? And you prepared the decision draft. I ask you to agree.
Yes, I wanted to vote in another way, but Katarina Koval, I suggest to postpone the meeting. Romaniuk, did I ask you why you were not supporting some things? I supported some candidates, you were not supporting them. So can you explain why you didn't support candidates? Katarina Koval, I suggest to postpone today's meeting to another day. Mr. Sobol approves. Mr. Kuibida suggests to approve the rating.
I support the
will not
proposal
vote.
to approve the rating.
So it will take into account your concerns. Katarina Koval, any other suggestions? If you suggest to vote for a rating, please prepare, you can prepare a draft resolution. Well, you have a resolution in your hands, but I can't prepare a text on the go. Roman, do you insist? You can make your suggestion. So you can give me the previous resolution. We can exclude item 6 and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. Items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. But we don't have a secretary. We need to appoint an acting secretary. Andrei Gudel, let us postpone the meeting. We will make one decision, announcement, and everything else. What does it change? It doesn't change anything. We have the scores, we have established the results. Each result was approved by a relevant resolution. What about the principle? It's a matter of principle for some people, because, well, we need to look for a compromise. Andrei Gudel, the only compromise is to postpone the meeting. Until we get relevant materials, we can have the next meeting and make a resolution. Nobody wants to run away today. So during the previous meeting, some people were leaving. So what suggestions do you have about the secretary and the Drago, please?
Yeah, I would support the idea to vote on the rating, but I don't know if we have the quorum now because Ms. Busol is not there. So 1, 2, 3. I don't know if we have.
Ms. Busol is the secretary and she has left. We can make a suggestion to elect a secretary. And then we will have a resolution for approval of the rating with another secretary. We will have one rating with one secretary, and we will approve the results with another secretary. I suggest to postpone the meeting. If Roman insists, we can have another voting.
I suggest to appoint Roman as an acting secretary and go for voting on the ratings.
I support that proposition.
Roman Kuibida approves. Who is in favor to elect a temporary secretary? To elect Mr. Roman as temporary secretary because we don't have Ms. Busol. Please vote. Please vote who is in favor to elect Mr. Roman Kuibida as temporary secretary. Mr. Sobol, are you in favor of this decision to elect Mr. Kuibida as temporary secretary? Do you support? Yes, I support. Thank you. So Roman Alexievich has made a suggestion. The 21st of December 2021, the Commission for the Competition for Vacant Positions, Administrative Positions in the SAPO, with the members appointed by Verkhovna Rada Koval, Busol, Hujal, Navrodsky, Busol, appointed by Council of the Prosecutors, Kuibida, Kost, Tsotsoria, Firestone, guided by the rules of procedure of the Selection Commission for Administrative Positions in the SAPO, approved by the resolution of the Commission. Number 3 has approved as follows: to approve the following results of the candidates for the positions of Deputy Prosecutor General, Head of the SAPO, Klemenko Alexander, 246, Senyuk, 229. Approve the following results for the competition of the candidates of Head of the 5th Department of Procedural Guidance, Support of State Prosecution and Representation in Court, Mr. Savitsky Sergei, 240, Klemenko Katerina, 229. Number 3, to approve the general rating of the candidates to the vacancies of the Deputy Prosecutor General and Head of the SAPO and his deputy, Klemenko Alexander Vasilyevich, first place, Mr. Senyuk, second place. Number 4, to approve the general rating of the candidates to the vacancy of the Head of the 5th Department of the Procedural Guidance, Support of the State Prosecution and Representation in Court of the SAPO, Savitsky Sergei, first place, Klemenko Katerina, second place. Number 8, to announce the decision on the official website of the Prosecutor General's office. Please vote. In favor, Thomas Firestone, Nona Tsotsoria, Vyacheslav Navrodsky, Kuibida Roman. All the others are against. The resolution has not been approved. Katerina Koval. Therefore, I suggest to postpone the meeting of the Selection Commission to work with the HR department of the Prosecutor General's office and appoint the meeting with the agenda, with the items of the agenda to approve the results on the correspondence to the professional competence, to determine the winners of the competition. Please send us the table. Please send us your suggestions about the date to the chat. If there are no other suggestions, the meeting is closed. Oh, this is a break. Roman, are you ready to work tomorrow? I don't see any need for that. We have all the answers. If you need any other answers.
Ms. Koval,
Please, Drago.
can I offer a bet? I would like to offer a bet of 1,000 euros that this is the last meeting we've had in this commission. Because we will never again have a quorum. And I would like to thank Mr. Navrotsky, Thomas, and Nona to be so patient. For the rest, the Ukrainian public will judge. But I'm offering 1,000 euros if we will have another meeting.